Est-ce que vous pouvez reculer, s'il vous plaît? On va faire passer la nacelle. Can you please move backwards, please? Ok, est-ce que tout le monde peut aller dehors, s'il vous plaît, le temps qu'on remballe la...
Un line-up de Coupe du Monde de difficulté. Je ne sais pas s'il y en a beaucoup parmi vous qui ont eu l'occasion d'assister à une Coupe du Monde, mais ça va ressembler à ce que vous allez voir dans quelques instants. On a des athlètes allemands, des Slovènes, des Français, des Japonais, une Sud-Coréenne. On a des athlètes qui sont montés sur des podiums des plus grandes compétitions internationales. On a Jessie Peace, l'Autrichienne, multi-championne du monde en bloc et en diff. On a bien sûr toute la jeune garde française avec les grimpeurs et les grimpeuses de l'équipe de France de div qui sont présents aujourd'hui. On a Monsieur Jérémy Bonder aussi qui est là, notre papa grimpeur. Et dans quelques minutes, vous allez les voir, vous allez les découvrir, vous allez pouvoir les encourager, les applaudir. On va passer à l'observation d'ici 5 minutes à peu près. Et donc pendant cette phase d'observation, je vous expliquerai un petit peu les règles de cette compétition. Et puis ensuite, il faudra mettre le feu parce que c'est des athlètes qui ont l'habitude de grimper devant des dizaines de milliers de personnes. Et ils étaient 22 000 à Chamonix cet été, 12 000 à Briançon. Et là, vous êtes au moins pareil, ici à Arkose Pantin. Surtout, plus on va vider les fûts, plus on va être nombreux, je pense. Donc, préparez-vous au bar, ça va envoyer dans quelques minutes. Ça va, on entend bien. Ça fait pas trop mal aux oreilles. Vous allez m'entendre un petit peu là pendant la prochaine heure et demie, pendant les demi-finales. Ensuite, on fera une petite pause pour laisser les ouvreurs installer la voie de finale, les voies de finale pour les hommes et pour les femmes. Et on recommencera le show à partir de 22 h, toujours en live sur EpicTV, avec le reporting présent aussi, toujours Planète Grimpe qui est présent aujourd'hui pour nous assurer le suivi, des photographes, des vidéastes. C'est un plaisir de se retrouver à Arkose Pantin pour un deuxième événement de ce niveau-là. L'année dernière, on avait fêté les 25 ans de Murmure et de Snap ici même. Ça avait été le feu. My Sweet Fab, il nous avait enflammé jusqu'au bout de la nuit et c'est reparti. T'inquiète Fab, on va se chauffer en douceur et puis ensuite on va lancer tout ça. Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles, Messieurs, on va accueillir les demi-finalistes de cette compétition internationale, International Lead Competition by Arkose.
Hi guys and welcome to the internet.
Alors, le temps d'observation, vous l'avez compris, c'est un temps pendant lequel les grimpeurs et les grimpeuses peuvent de nouveau non seulement se remémorer la voie, et là on a eu quelques petites modifications aussi entre les runs de travail de cet après-midi et la voie qu'ils vont devoir grimper.
Hi guys and welcome to the Arkose International Lead Competition. We're here in Paris at the Arkose Pantin gym where the semi-finals are about to start. I'm Teresa Corti and I'm joined by Danan Markey and we'll be chatting to you tonight. So Danan, how are you feeling?
How am I feeling? I'm doing pretty well. I'm quite excited. It's a very beautiful venue we've got today. It's middle of Paris, quite a scenic walk-in. You've got all the sights to see, and then you come up to this wall. I think it is the biggest lead climbing wall in all of Paris, and they've hidden it in this secret corner. It's very exciting. Now we've got some of the most successful athletes in our entire World Cup season so far down on the floor below us, along with some magnificent local climbers.
28 international athletes who just finished up the season like last week. Some of them must be a bit tired.
Just been chatting, a lot of them are quite tired. Everyone likes the feel of the competition though. It's much more relaxed. There's not that tension of a World Cup, but we are actually playing for quite a lot here today.
And it's a different format because the semi-finals is not an on-site route. They are not really looking at the route and studying the moves because they already tried them. Do you want to tell us more about this type of format that they decided on?
Yeah, most certainly. So it's very different in that it's a Redpoint semi-final. So what we've got is the athletes have come up and they've been given an hour time slot to get on the wall and to try the route. And in that hour they get to work all the moves, they get to figure out any tricky sequences, and they get to try really hard on those cruxes. And so that allows the route setters to create a much more difficult route, something more powerful, something with movements that you might not normally see. And we've seen that reflected in the grades. We always love to speculate about grades, throw some grades on it. And while it's not full, but we have been told that we're looking at an 8B plus and an 8C plus route today. And that is what you get when you can have this worked format, this Redpoint format. Giving the athletes some time to figure it out means you can put really hard routes on the wall. And now that's what we're going to be testing. It's a slightly different skill set. It's not about how far you can get on your very first go. It's how well can you do when you've had some time to really figure it out.
Because also thrown in the mix of some athletes that don't really compete but mostly climb outdoors, do you think they're gonna be are they gonna have a real advantage with this format, or is it still favorable to competition climbers?
That is what we're hopefully going to find out today, and you're exactly right that it does lean towards that skill set of working hard on an outdoor route and having some more time to figure it out and to really hone in the moves. And we have a lot of athletes today that are very successful in this. But then as a competition climber, your goal is to be so strong that you can do no matter what comes your way. And so now we're going to see, is that going to make the difference? Are we going to see the big names still pushing through, or are we going to see some new names now in this semi-final?
Au Japon, le week-end dernier, elle est bien jetlaguée, mais elle va être en forme. On va retrouver Mia Campbell, la Slovène qui a participé aux Jeux Olympiques l'année dernière à Tokyo. On aura aussi Jessica Pils pour l'Autriche. Alors Jessie Pils, c'est une légende de l'escalade, a gagné les championnats du monde de difficulté en 2018 à Innsbruck chez elle. Podium en Coupe du Monde, 2 blocs, podium en Coupe du Monde de div. C'est une machine. On va trouver la toute jeune Jaehyun Cho pour la Corée du Sud. Jaehyun Cho, c'est pareil, 18 ans, elle a déjà un nom médaille d'or, médaille de bronze, médaille d'argent sur les Coupes du Monde, on en parlera tout à l'heure. Et on va accueillir aussi deux grimpeuses italiennes, Ilaria Scolari, c'est Laura Aurora. Aurora fait partie des grimpeuses à grimper dans 9 falaises extérieures.
Hello to everybody in the live chat. We will be keeping it on, so if you have any question during the comp, we're here, we'll read it here and there, and we'll try to answer all of your questions. I think that's it for the observation.
It was interesting. There was a little change made to the men's route, and so the guys had to go in and re-observe it. Now, specifically, when we've got this Redpoint format, the point is that guys are trying the same route that they've worked, and it was decided that the route was a little bit too easy, and so they've changed it a bit. Of note though, they have not changed any of the movements, they've just changed the holds. So the holds are a little bit smaller or less positive, but you are doing the same moves that you rehearsed before. So that's why they had that sort of second re-observation, even though they have worked this route beforehand.
And some of the athletes here tonight are Tazay Homa and Nolwenn Ark. And then we've got Jessica Pilz, Sebastian Helenke, so some big names that we see on the competition circuit, and Laura Rogora, who just came from Italy and climbed a bunch outdoors and recently even climbed an 8C plus second go. So that's basically the men's route.
That is the men's route.
That's the
Maybe
grade
even
of
a
the
bit
men's
harder.
route.
There's no ambiguity with an outdoor route either. It's had other ascents. That grade has been certified. This route was put up a couple of days ago.
And tweaked.
Most certainly an amazing field of strong athletes, and the Arkose International Lead Competition has earned that title. It has got the international aspect with some of the world's strongest athletes, many of whom you will definitely have seen on World Cup podiums this year and before. Beautiful shot of
the
our
wall.
gym there. It's very nice. So again, this is the highest lead climbing wall in Paris,
Which is like 17 meters. So not too long compared to other gyms, but for a city and for the type of wall that surrounds it, because this is one of the oldest gyms. It's 25 years old, and you can really see it in the walls all around it. Like, this is the modern comp wall, but all around it you can see like tufas and like featured walls that nowadays are kind of lost. But it's nice to see that you can kind of practice the outdoor climbing indoors with this old style of walls.
Yeah, really, really cool to see. A big part of history. And this is the debut of the Arkose International Lead Competition. Arkose have been doing bouldering competitions in the past, and they are recently debuting now their first lead competition, with many more to come as Arkose makes its place in the lead climbing world in France.
Par les ouvreurs des locaux de la maison. Alors les ouvreurs, c'est ceux qui tracent, que ce soit des blocs ou des voies sur les murs.
There we go. We're starting off with Nao Monchois and Lucie Vaillant, both from France, both outdoor climbers. Now even climbed a 9A plus route, and Lucie is an 8B plus climber, and she's studying physiotherapy in Paris.
Therapy is quite a common degree in the climbing world. It's very, very applicable, and it is quite exciting to see a lot of other top athletes as well studying this and integrating their learning into their training and their application. Because
but
as
it's usually
climbers, we are always dealing with injuries.
I was about to say, like, what hurts right now? Where do you have a finger injury?
I'll sooner tell you where it doesn't hurt.
Yes, as climbers we always have little niggles, little things to complain about, but it's a handy person to have a physiotherapist around, and yes, usually in a climbing group there's somebody that can fix you.
Yeah. So very exciting to see that as we're getting more advanced coaching techniques and integrating this physiotherapy knowledge into climbing coaching. This is really a part of what's developing the new level of athlete in our sport. We talk about it a lot at the World Cups, that we're really on a cusp of this new age of the sport. Everything's different, and the athletes now are taking it up a notch, working at a much higher level. It's very exciting to see.
Spotlight on the beginning of the women's route, and we had, well, a sneak peek because we saw them try the route earlier on today. There are a couple of tricky sections in there, aren't there?
Tricky sections, some pretty badass sections as well. Big swings, big moves, very cool to see. And today it's going to be very much about the fight. The athletes know what moves they're doing, and the crux is fighting on through it. So there isn't that unknown aspect. It's going to be more of a fight.
Aujourd'hui, on va faire un petit truc avant de défiler ces demi-finales. On va les chauffer un peu, ils sont en train de s'encorner juste derrière. Du coup, tu peux nous mettre un petit son qui tape vite fait juste là, histoire de commencer, pour commencer en douceur. Et comme il faut, on va se faire un petit clapping pour faire monter la pression et les envoyer, nos deux premiers athlètes, dans quelques secondes.
Right, here we go. Almost.
Quite exciting. So that's the women's route on the left, the blues, and on the right we'll see red holes marking the start of the men's routes.
So the athletes already tried the route, and the routes have been cleaned since then. And there's also been talk that during the semifinals the men's route will be cleaned halfway through. Just to give everybody a fair chance.
We have some particularly slopey holes. You will not miss them on the route.
Yeah, they need a brush.
And they will become more and more difficult as more climbers put their sweaty hands all over those holes.
Yeah, I just want to mention it is quite warm for being almost November, and you know, as lead climbers, we care about conditions. It's quite warm, a bit humid. But hey, more challenges.
And the party starts in the arena. At least they're getting the climbers pretty hyped. Always fun climbing to a bit of exciting music.
Yeah, we got a good DJ in the house. Also, because if you're in and around Paris, come to the party afterwards. So finals is gonna be at 10 o'clock, about an hour final, and then there's gonna be a big party that apparently is gonna go on until 4 a.m.
I did not know this.
There we go. Lucie Vaillant just walked in with Now Mon Choix. And they've got 6 minutes on the clock. Because that's kind of the worry. Like, they all have worked the route. They know what to do. What if everybody tops because they are just that good?
That is always a worry, and every competition, you see the route setters sweating.
Yes.
They are sweating buckets. They are stressed out people. You need to go, give them a little sip of wine, not too much, but keep them calm, because this is always a worry. Maybe everyone just tops it. Not likely. It is a very, very hard route, but always an option, and in that case the countback will go to time, so we won't have everyone in first place no matter what happens.
two dynamics move for men and women.
That first dyno on the left, actually, I saw a lot of people working it.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see someone slip it up. It is not an easy dyno.
And route setters like to do that, just to put something at the beginning to maybe shuffle up a bit the climbers.
Oh, it's mega mind games. You see so many World Cup routes. They'll put some sort of run and jump or some sort of coordination at the start, and that is just to get in their head. Route setters are there to unnerve the climbers, and so much in lead climbing is about keeping your nerve, keeping your composure. And who can do the dynamic or the out of balance moves and then get their composure back.
Now cutting loose.
There is that knee bar.
Is it a knee bar?
Look at that. Hands
It's
are
on a
off.
tiny hold.
It's doing great. One thing I remember from now was the World Cup in Briançon 2020. He saw a knee bar. He was the only one, and he put on a knee bar pad before climbing the route and got this massive knee bar and managed to rest fully while the whole rest of the field struggled. Quite interesting to watch.
I guess as an outdoor climber as well, like that's what they look for, where to rest.
Yeah.
And finding a good knee bar can give you quite the break you need to, well, top out a route.
Yeah, most definitely. And you will notice that's one of the things that can quickly define a competition climber and an outdoor climber is the speed at which they climb the route.
Oh no, we just lost the sea.
Great attempt from her still, but now
Now it's still climbing
Getting
and
up there.
heading into the head wall.
yeah, this is
Oh.
nearly the last section, about to enter the last boulder on this route.
Allez, vous allez voir, un petit changement de rythme sur la fin, histoire de garder l'énergie un maximum. Plus c'est dur.
There, the fight is on. Look at that left arm. It is struggling. Getting back though into composure now.
Oh, slip! No, that was a foot pop.
That was a foot pot.
He
He was
definitely-
very tired, but that's how it is.
He definitely had some more beans in there, though.
Great fight. Well, at least not everyone's topped the route.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh no, it can't happen now. That's true. One down. Oh, two.
Route setters taking a deep
A
breath
breath.
of air. Hey, they haven't completely failed their job tonight, and always an amazing job as a route setter. Very few people on the planet can set a route at this level. Again, we need to highlight that we are setting Redpoint routes for a competition. It's not an on-site route, so the level is noticeably higher.
Et de l'autre côté, alors je sais pas si vous la connaissez, mais c'est Zélia Lozou. Zélia Lozou, c'est une machine, franchement. Et ouais, ils sont prêts, c'est comme vous voulez, les gars ils doivent être juste derrière la petite porte. Attention, 3, 2, 1, faites du bruit s'il vous plaît pour la double championne du monde.
For the women's, we've got Zelia Avezou. And then in the men's category, we've got Romaric Geoffroy. And Avezou, a popular surname because her mom is also the coach of the French team, and in her own right, a really good comp climber. So it really runs in the family. And then later, like soon, in 3 contestants, we'll see Sam Avezou, her brother.
We see that first coordination done all right, not too much trouble.
Bon, ils sont solides dans la famille Avezou. Je ne sais pas si vous connaissez alors déjà la mère, Cécile Avezou, qui nous a fait des titres de championne de France pour un mondial incalculable. Et les deux frangins, Sam et Léo, et Zélia, qui a déjà un palmarès incroyable avec ses 18 ans. Ouh. prise maximale pour Zélia Lozou qui quitte la décale juste après.
About to push into this more powerful Crux on the boulder. This orange route on the right. Been told that the footholds in this orange section were changed. Make it more powerful, more difficult. And this is one of the parts that are more likely to slip up the athletes, is the new section.
But Zelia is making really quick work of this route. I guess she's known to be like a boulderer since she won the World Youth Championship twice.
Deep reach through there, some crazy beta going on here.
And her flexibility, it's really on full display.
There we are now. That is a definite Crux she's just passed through, but very shortly into the next one. This bronze route does not let up. This is the orange section.
The knee bar.
A bit more powerful, but again another knee bar. Not quite as deep as Now's knee bar, but a bigger person. Wide splay there. That was impressive, reaching up. A lot of power in that beta.
Romaric, he is the lead French champion, so we might see a top very soon.
All right, now we're excited.
Is that jinxing it? Ooh, no!
Big move there. And then descending off into the darkness.
Yes, we're trying to get the scoring on screen, but that was a really good attempt from Zelia. There we go, Romaric heading into the head wall. He does have a cool, calm, collected type of climbing. You know, chalking up, really studying those holds. Oh, the elbows are up. He's still climbing.
Now we're into the power. It's tricky throwing those feet up.
Pushing up with everything.
Foot slip and holds it. Now let's see, is that going to cost him a lot of energy? Can he keep pushing on?
What a display of strength. Trying to find that heel hook. He got the heel hook. Trying to make that clip. Yeah, cheering on the crowd.
Now just to get that rest, but now 3 more holds will give him the top. We have one final Crux, one of which is a changed hold. Let's see if it surprises him or not.
Oh, that's the top. Come on. One more move. No!
What a dramatic flip! Oh my goodness!
So it's slippery. It's warm and slippery tonight. That was such a good effort. Not surprised though.
Just disappeared from his world, and there he was off the wall. That is just too dramatic to be real, honestly. Reaching for the top.
The slip, the heel hook, the fumbly clip. All the action is at the top.
Yeah, all the action, but what a great fight. And somehow lost it right at the very last possible moment.
I did speak to him earlier on. In this summer he climbed a 9A in the Verdon. So he's got some endurance.
Not so bad. Endurance in a competition, while this is nowhere near the endurance required for the Verdon. You'll notice after these more powerful sections that those outdoor athletes can find some rest and recover.
Up next is Chloé Collier from Belgium and Adrienne Lemaire from France. Both competition climbers. But we saw Chloe here and there on some boulders outdoors.
Most definitely. Chloe actually has a lot of archive footage of her climbing very hard boulders at different areas around the world. You can probably find that on YouTube. She's an exceptionally accomplished climber in almost all disciplines.
Parce qu'elle revient du Japon, elle était au Japon le week-end dernier pour le combiné international où elle a fait le doublé bloc div, c'était un temps en 5. Petit passage à la maison, 24 heures avant de venir faire un petit coucou. Ici, chez nous à Paris, sachant que le week-end
we have this first dyno. Not a problem for Chloé Collier. Quite relaxed during that move.
She's more of a boulderer, so I doubt all the power moves won't be a problem. But she is also vice champion in Belgium in lead, so nothing new to her. And then recently we saw her in Japan, and she really showed her lead and bouldering skills because in the combined she got 10th place.
That is no mean feat whatsoever. Very particularly impressive, able to master both disciplines in climbing, and then coming now for this international lead competition.
Here you go, Adrian.
Deeply. Look at that rock over. Impressive now.
He's also vice boulder champion in in bouldering. And a friend of mine told me he likes saucisson.
Of course, well, that'll make all the difference.
Yep.
I would bet on any climber.
Ooh, that was a cool cut loose move.
Here you see that right foot all the way over the head.
I feel that's the first time we saw that kind of move. Adrian fighting for this clip.
Yeah,
come on, yes.
That is a tricky clip, but he makes it through, and now Chloe as well. Quite a lot of tension here, but she will be in the zone she's more comfortable with in terms of this more powerful section on the climb. Now she can get rest.
Oh no, we lose Adrian.
Men's route proving to be very difficult still.
That's where they tweaked it though, where he fell.
Yeah.
So maybe he was unsettled by the slightly different moves, which is enough to throw you down a route.
Certainly.
Chloe's still fighting. I want to say fighting, she's not really, she's climbing really casually and controlled.
Resting intensely.
Resting intensely. Resting with intention.
So much power there, able to pull deeply through that current without any bother. How high up is Chloe going to find herself? We are looking towards these last couple of moves. She'll be on the head wall, and then is some thin crimps ahead of her. Just below the head wall. Chloe has a big move here to make it up. Really pulling.
Yeah! All the bouldering strength is in full display. No! Is that the second climber we lose at that hold? She's hold 36 and 37.
That is such a mix of power and endurance at that time. Quite hard to get a good rest in the section before. There are rest spots, but they're just not quite enough. You could see Chloe tensing up, trying to rest on those holes, and then having some energy for this very big dynamic movement right after is really a lot.
Et pour l'instant, les ouvertures qui sont juste ce qu'il faut au niveau d'exigence là pour ces athlètes de Coupe du Monde.
Right, up next we've got Taizé Homa, who had just had an incredible summer, and then Hélène Yannico, who might be a familiar name because this is kind of her comeback here.
Taizé has had an unbelievably strong season. It really was his debut this year.
Yeah, we basically always saw him in finals. Got gold in Villa, and then silver twice, like in Chamonix and in Briançon.
In this year's field of top athletes, that is so impressive. Very exciting to see Taizé. He really is one of the big hopefuls for Olympic qualification next year.
And his climbing style is so peculiar in the sense that, yes, he's good at endurance, but like he doesn't climb that quickly. He studies all the moves, and just the endurance he can display is incredible. Like even if he messes up a little bit on the routes, he kind of will get it back. But let's see what he'll do tonight.
Such an impressive lead climber, often finding quite different solutions. As you saw there in that first section, he didn't opt for the coordination method. He actually chose a bit more of a less coordination dependent, still dynamic, but involves a lot more power. Taizé, though, has that power to give. Does an amazing job through that first section.
Taking that rest. Hélène was a route setter herself, so I feel in these occasions she knows where the little tricks are, and that's actually one of the reasons she came back to competing, because she realized she could do the moves, she could do the routes, and she's like, oh, I'm just gonna jump back into the game.
That is such an interesting story, and really quite special in that her own training got herself to that level. It must have been so strong to be able to do these moves without expecting to be winning World Cups. And now she's gone on to compete and is looking at that. So now through that overhanging powerful section, now onto the first head wall. Big move there. And the legs thrown all the way up. Get into this lock.
And there's like a toe heel hook, but it's still on a slippery dual textural hold, right?
It's not the most secure section. You have got a relatively good hand, but then you need that foot up above your head in order to reach through to the next hold. So that's where the foot goes, and you have to make it work.
Ouais, ça respire, ça ventile pour récupérer un maximum. Mais regardez la décontraction dans laquelle il est. Et il y a Jalico qui va faire le taf dans cette section volume. Et on peut compter sur elle dans tous ces placements pour optimiser la moindre position aérienne.
Taizé into the lead wall.
See, he's really pulling on that right arm. Some less experienced athletes I would start to question, but this athlete,
drop knee.
So good working at this level. I feel he does have a little bit more now. We are about to see him go into this bouldery crux. What will he make of it?
Yeah, the crowd really getting behind him. And right away found kind of a rest for Clip.
Has to throw that toe hook back. I believe he still needed to clip. He couldn't push on further left, and then if he can, get a bit of a rest there before the final section.
Encore 2 minutes dans cette voie maximum.
Hélène just resting.
This is what we saw Chloe just before resting. Now big move, big fight. Taisei.
One more move. Let's see if that foot will stick. Yes. And he needs to clip for it. Yeah, done. First stop on the men's. I'm just gonna say it wasn't a surprise though. But we also lose Hélène. Is it on the same move?
Looks
So
to
just
be
a quick update on the scores. Hélène got to hold 36 and Chloe Collier fell hold 36 plus. So she held it and moved off from it.
Chloe Collier is now currently in
Leading.
the top position alongside Taisei Homa, who has found himself atop in just under 4.5 minutes. So Taisei, very comfortable position now. There's still
It might matter for later, but Taisei so far has a time of 4 minutes and 26 seconds. So we'll see if we need the time later on.
we still have 11 more athletes coming out on the men's side, so a lot of opportunity for Taisei to be overtaken, but he really is one of the dominant forces in the entire sport right now. So I think he's doing pretty good.
Allez, c'est bon, ils sont prêts, on peut applaudir les deux prochains. Representing Slovenia, make some noise for Mia Krampo.
From Slovenia, Mia Krampel, an Olympian. And then in the men's category, we've got Sam Avizu, who's a lead climber, boulderer, and has a pretty good time in speed. So really one of these new athletes that just honestly can do it all.
Et du côté de Sam Avizu, il a fait les JO aussi, mais c'était les JOJ, les Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse, à Buenos Aires en 2018.
Ooh, pop move. I don't think we've seen it that well before.
That's always a little cue for how they're going to do, how much they flow in particularly
At the
coordination
beginning.
moves like this and at the start, yeah.
Don't you feel athletes get into it, like, you know, find a flow on the route, or you think they have to start away with a flow?
The answer is both, but that starting with a good flow often makes such a big difference. Without the flow at the start, it can quickly become a fight. Some athletes find their way into the flow a bit later on, but they have lost those potentially vital bits of energy in those first moves where they did not have the flow. And while they'll be fine for a while, it could come back to bite them in the last moves of the route.
Sam climbing quickly.
Very quickly. That is one of the ways that you can often define an outdoor climber against a boulder or a competition climber. Because of the combined format, most comp climbers are doing both bouldering and lead. And so to maintain that power for bouldering, they prefer to take a more speedy approach in their lead climbs.
He did win a silver medal this summer, the European Cup. So we know he can boulder.
Great use of the hips there, able to get a full rest on that left arm on quite slopey holds, but fantastic ability to rock that body over. Just seen Mia do that powerful jump. We're throwing the feet up, crossing under.
Crowd cheering on.
So let's keep an eye out. Mia will be one of those hopefuls we have for breaking through the Crux currently seen on the ones route.
No.
Sam Avizu off, almost unexpected.
That was unexpected. That was really unexpected. Mia making that clip and just resting.
Powerful. undercut rest. See, not releasing all of the tension. Is it going to be enough for this highly trained athlete? I'd like to hope it is. We're about to find out any second now. This is the last move before moving on to the head wall. The big dynamic move that's thrown off all of our female athletes so far.
She's just taking the time to rest, set it up. She looked down at the clock, right?
Yeah, why not? Good skill to have. Just think about something else for a minute.
Were you thinking of something else? I was thinking at the bouldering World Cup, where I remembered her like limping around because of a knee injury, and still she came out and like won the bronze medal. So there's a fighting spirit in her.
Yeah, definitely has a bit of fight, and I think we're about to find out on this move. Able to clip there. Very powerful.
Come on.
Doing it quite statically. We've seen other women cutting loose here.
Match,
but
yes.
now the fight's on. This is the first athlete so far to
move on to
breaking
the
through
head
this
wall.
section. A couple of very thin
Into the
crimps left.
crimps. Just pulls herself up on those tiny crimps. It doesn't really show up on camera, but we saw them up close, and there ain't much. Come on, Mia. Yes! And that's the first stop for the women's.
Great catch at the end from Mia Krampel. That last hold, very big move up, and it is not an absolute sinker as you'd like it to be. I've seen a lot of the other female athletes have to keep a toe on in order to stick it, whereas Mia just went all points off, snatched it with two hands and stuck it.
Et ensuite, on va leur faire un peu de bruit parce que franchement, c'est le premier top de la soirée chez les filles. Ça se fête et ça se sollicite. Mais face public, ready.
Very atmospheric there.
Up next, we got two French climbers, Mejdi Schalk and Nolwenn Ark.
J'espère que vous avez encore de l'énergie parce que
Mejdi is the first of our Arkose heroes out on the wall today. So Arkose have got a team of athletes they support. We'll see a few of them tonight. Not all of them are competing. Unfortunately, there have been some injuries that have kept some of the Arkose heroes off the wall today. But Arkose do have a big team of heroes in all types of climbing, not just competition climbing, that they support in this sport.
I mean, alpinists need to train in gyms as well.
Strange thought that is actually the original reason for climbing in Fontainebleau.
Oh,
was training for alpinism.
That's why they're the circuits, because they just needed longer routes.
It's crazy to think that bouldering dated back to the 1800s. That's how long ago alpinists went to these rocks to try train.
They just waited there at the start a little bit. I guess it counts as observation time.
Very nice watching Mejdi work this route earlier today. He had such a bouncy style flowing up through the moves. Great if he can recreate that tonight.
Un style de grimpe assez atypique aussi, vous allez voir, tout en dynamisme, en précision.
I mean, we know him for his bouldering, especially since, well, he won the Salt Lake City World Cup. Were you there?
I was.
You saw it live.
I was commentating.
No way.
And leapt off the ground. It was great to see.
Just remember last year he was so psyched on like tourist chalk bag, just like you just saw on display like his full emotions.
He did that exactly again. It was Magnificent moment to watch.
Really high foothold.
Pendant longtemps, Nolwenn, sur ces mouvements dynamiques, c'était pas trop son truc. Et là, clairement, elle a franchi l'écran et les paliers. Et depuis 2 ans, on la voit de plus en plus engagée.
Managed again. I guess as a boulder, he's making like quick work of this route.
Yeah, that's the technique. Go fast before you get pumped.
Is that your technique in lead as well?
That is definitely my technique in lead. My technique usually just to give up all hope before you get off the ground. But speaking to a lot of the World Cup athletes at that moment of transition from the boulder circuit to the lead circuit, I had some quite entertaining stories of some of the athletes. I actually haven't had a lead session yet. I'm just hoping it's going to be alright. Oh, I got pumped and that was it. Oh, I went to the wall 2 or 3 times. I think it'll do. It was very tricky making that transition that is required for the new Olympic
Medjdi
format.
moving so quickly and like real power.
Hopefully not too quick for that clip. He does come back to find it.
I guess in bouldering you don't need to clip that often.
No.
But he did climb 9A outdoors, so like he knows what he's doing.
Apparently so. Good move.
Helen
Not a problem for Nolan. A lot of shaking now from Edgedy. Not an ideal amount. Can he reel it back in? You can tell he's more pumped than he'd like to be.
Oh, come on, no! Foot slip, even though those are the stickiest shoes ever.
You see that? He was definitely out of beans. Tell the
Medjdi gets
endurance aspect got a bit difficult.
Medjdi just gets a 34 plus. Which might be enough to make it into finals.
Could be. With 34 plus, he is currently joint 3rd position.
La section médiane du côté des filles. Et elle vient rentrer dans les 2 dernières minutes accordées pour grimper cette vague.
Nolwenn keeps on pushing. And she's the current French lead champion, so she's headed for the top.
She's going for the top. Shan't expect anything less.
And I spoke to her earlier, and she's a sports nutritionist, specialized, well, in climbing. Oh, and she's actually wearing my favorite shoes. The La Sportiva Odakis. Not that it matters if they're my favorite shoes. Clearly, they also, well, she wears them better.
The shoes are doing a good job. Hopefully Nolwenn is very tricky losing the foot position on that match. Isn't look very happy.
Was she trying to do like a foot heel swap? Looks like something went wrong.
You saw that left foot come out, and when in that position they just pulled the heel hook to match in, but she then brought the right foot in a step further with the left, as if just not quite comfortable, looking for something a bit more, most likely out of energy at that point, looking for other solutions that weren't there.
I wonder if studying a route bit by bit and like trying to red point it in that section, maybe like she pulled up, she didn't really have feet sorted yet. Maybe it was like a last minute lead decision to switch it up.
Yeah, these are definitely always options. It's so hard to know what's going on in their head. Maybe she fell off just before that move and then pulled on just after that move, and actually assumed it was simple, but it wasn't the case. But that is the skill set we need these athletes to bring up. They really can be creative.
Up next, we've got Jessica Pilz. That's why the crowd just went crazy. And Paul Jenft.
More incredible incredibly successful athletes that really hold up the level, showing how strong this international competition is. Jessica Pills has been on 59 podiums in her IFSC climbing career. No mean feat whatsoever. All as well. 10 gold medals
In lead.
IFSC competitions.
And her most... Woo! You were looking down, but that was like a double dyno. Triple? 1, 2, 3.
3.
Two holds.
The coordination paddle.
Coordination paddle. A coordination paddle. But her most recent gold medal was at the Golden Hold Comp in Tel Aviv, which was a bouldering comp. So, I mean, she was in the finals at the Olympics, so we know she can boulder and lead.
Yeah, she definitely can. She's
And a friend of mine said he saw her sent Joe Blau in Oliana with like, you know, not too much effort.
not too much effort.
And that's an 8C+.
That is upsetting, really.
So Paul is quite tall and didn't really find that. Oh, now there we go.
Gets the knee bar. Lucky that hold has a crescent shape, so he can find the deepest part in order to fit his larger figure into that space.
Because of his height, he does climb differently and like creative differently. Not that he just reaches up. He does like interesting moves.
Yeah, it's always cool to see that. Big move now for Jessie Pills. Blasting up.
Jessie. Oh, so controlled. Oh, and that's a double foot rest jam. Oh, there.
This jam. Technical term.
Foot rest jam. Sandwich foot jam.
Jam sandwich.
And the crowd is jamming right now to music. There's a pretty good DJ in the crowd.
It's good vibes.
It's vibes.
It is total vibes right now.
I'm sorry about the word vibes, but
I'm not.
there we go, Paul making that clip easily. How's he resting on that?
It is a very slopey hold. You point out these snap holds
Oh,
have
just jumped up.
no texture on the outside, and then a incredibly slopey section with texture. All the athletes have mentioned they're an interesting experience to climb through. And we have Paul Jen off the wall. Again, similar section to Mejdi Schalk, just finding tricky burn, struggling with the endurance on those more tricky holds. About 32 plus there.
There are only 6 spots for the final, so maybe that wasn't enough.
Let's see, we didn't see Jessica take as much as a rest as the other athletes. Does she have the energy to burn? Let's find out. This is
Oh yeah, she does.
Crux. She got it.
Oh yeah, she does.
She's got truckloads.
Mais en vrai, pas tant que ça, hein, parce que quand on regarde l'inclinaison du mur, c'est pas facile de se reposer quand on est à l'horizontale. Essayez chez vous.
Actually, now she's resting. I spoke way too soon, didn't I? Probably too soon.
No, she's eyeing it up. I love the silence of the crowd. It's like getting ready.
She looks down at the clock, but the crowd said, "I'm here too." Difficult moves here.
Using all. Come on, Jessie.
Keeps the toe on.
Yes, sticks it.
This is quite a crux. Jessica Bill Not looking too comfortable, but still maintaining momentum.
She's extremely good on crimps, so I'm sure she'll get this. Come on, Jessie.
We have a fight on right now.
Oh!
There we are. That was exceptional. Just looking slightly out of her comfort zone for those last 3 moves, but
Kept on
refusing to come
going.
off.
And she has 39 plus points, right behind Mia Krampel, who topped.
Really interesting to see one of the best athletes in the world showing our international level is really quite high.
Indeed, because next up, we've got German climber and a South Korean climber.
Big names, really big names.
C'est maintenant, puisqu'on fait ce qu'on appelle un brossage. Alors l'objectif, c'est que quand on est à la moitié des compétiteurs, les ouvreurs, on va pouvoir applaudir bien fort aussi, jusqu'à la droite. C'est Sylvain Dussort qui se lance, le chef ouvreur de Pantin.
Are they taking a break to clean the holds? I think so. There's somebody hanging around. Yes. So one of the route setters right now is just pulling up. 2 route setters are pulling up and cleaning all of the holds. So while they're doing that, I feel we should take a break. Do you want to take a break?
I'm very happy to take a break.
We'll
Is it time to go put the kettle on?
I was gonna say change batteries. Alright guys, we'll be back with you when the comp will start again. Little break. See you soon. And even over the past weekend in Japan, she's proved herself that she's strong in bouldering and in lead, and has even done like ice climbing competitions. So really an all-round climber. Ooh, and not to mention that outdoors she already climbed 9A. Sebastian Lenke from Germany. Who really likes the on-site style of climbing, of competition climbing. He mentioned that basically for him working a route outdoors is relaxing and fun, and the 9A that he's done, it only took him 5 tries and he's done a couple of 9As since then. But yeah, so for him, this style of working a route and Redpoint your route is not super familiar because he likes climbing and a lot.
Some good pace already you can see on this route. As you mentioned, very accomplished outdoor climber, but someone who's retrained a lot for the competition scene, and you can see that now in the pace.
He mentioned how he might find the semifinals harder than the finals. So the finals on an onsite is just, he gets into the flow really, and now he said that when he has to work a route, he starts thinking.
Oh no!
Or like overthinking almost.
Gets in his head. I wonder if we'll spot the overthinking.
They're climbing at the same time.
Really good pace here.
Same pace.
Is see some of those more dynamic moves. Speaking to her coach just before, talking about how he's really focusing on more aggressive dynamic climbing, focusing a bit more on pace to cover weaknesses. Clearly how quickly she's moved up.
To be a quicker climber.
Quicker, more dynamic, more coordination.
Oh,
Things
right.
that are really required of modern competition route climbing now. It's quite different from the outdoor style of being able to rest, climb slowly. Got to learn a lot of new tricks to keep up these days.
But I feel she comes from like the Jane Kim dynasty where like technique and climbing slowly but like perfectly prevails.
Exactly. And that perfection is maybe one of the best ways to describe it.
I mean, it also does reflect on all the gold medals. There we go, Sebastian. No!
Didn't have that strength to stick that right hand.
It was almost like a pop, then he didn't really believe in the next hold.
Good, you'd like to imagine that you knew what was there and just didn't quite have that energy to reel in. But yes, as you were saying before, Chahan Show, that perfection is one of the key identifiers. I was at the Arco Rock Masters competition earlier this year where you have to race in the duel format. And she climbed so fast but so perfectly still. It was really amazing to watch how she maintained form even at great speed.
I always think like those two together shouldn't go together, like speed and technique, but she makes it work.
No, it does make it work now. We're at our Crux.
Allez.
Wood pop, but
oh wait, that was meant to. This is meant to be the difficult part.
Well, not for Chahan Show.
And that's a funny thing about climbing, really, because I mean, we can all plunder around on a 6A and somebody will just flow up it without hands.
That is one of the strangest things in our sport. And now, on the head wall, last
on
section.
the cribs. She knows what to do now. Gets that clip, eyes up the top.
Last move.
Oh, pop. Yes. And that's the second top. And Oh, great effort.
Two of our exceptionally accomplished international athletes now found their way to the top of this route.
And this is where the time will start to matter, at least for count back.
At least 4 count back. If we are looking at tops again in the final round, then we will be counting back to this point.
Because so far Mia Krampel was slightly quicker with 4 minutes and 55 seconds, and Cheonse topped about at 5 minutes and 4 seconds.
And 4 seconds. We've had a terribly unfortunate incident of this in the Edinburgh World Cup, where Janja Gambra got timed out clipping the top clip. She matched the top hole but hadn't clipped. She got timed out, and that brought her score down for the final round.
That's such a heartbreak though when it happens. You're like, you've done everything, but time wasn't on your side.
Time was not on your side, and then she went and topped the final route, but because another athlete did, she did not have a top in the semi-final. That was her chance of gold gone.
Ooh, you can see there the picture on the right hand side. Yannick Floe from Germany. Another athlete that this year just bloomed in a way.
Exactly, absolute powerhouse. Yannick Floe was one foot slip away from the Olympics, and now we're really seeing what he has to offer in the competition circles.
And on the left hand side, we've got Zélie Gachet from France.
A local climber. I've actually seen her training at this gym. She will be accustomed to this wall. This level, that's the big question.
Yannick, again, more of a boulder. I mean, he did win in Brixton and climbed 8C plus outdoors, which is, one of the most difficult bouldering grades out there. But then this year in Lead in Slovenia, he got a bronze medal.
Yeah, he started to creep up those ranks and then quickly found himself in a lot of the finals of league competitions in this year's competition circuit. It's hot on many people's heels. He is one of the athletes I spoke to about transferring boulder strength to lead strength, and his response when I asked was, I haven't trained, I'm just going to climb fast.
Well, to be fair, he was in Japan like 5 days ago and got 5th place, so he's trained.
Yeah, he is. Now that the season's over, he is trained. He is going to Red River Gorge soon for another trip, so we might see some more exciting ticks. The recent tick list in Fontainebleau is pretty outrageous.
Over to the US. Yes, recently in Fontainebleau he just posted a video of him doing an AB+, like cruising it.
And it was not good conditions. That's maybe the craziest part on those slopey holes.
Yeah, because it's just really warm.
It's worryingly warm in Fontainebleau right now.
And I'm outraged saying that because I brought all the wrong clothes. I'll admit it live on air. Zélie.
Great from Zélie. Big swing out, but refusing to let go. Now, can she get a bit of rest here after that massive swing?
She's looking. I guess it's a blind toe hook, the one out on the left.
Yannick now, those elbows are up. Can he bring them back down? There is a fight on. Is in those lower levels.
Oh, come on. Yes. No. So that's I guess we can call it a stopper move on the men's final.
Bit of a
Final
stopper
semi.
move. It is a number of moves building up with high tension. You need to have an endurance aspect on its own. Yannick would not have any issues, but when you put a whole lead route before.
And we also lose Zélie at hold 22. But yeah, in the men's, 34 plus. Looks like the tricky poppy move.
Still have 6 more athletes to come out, so we'll see a big shift in the scores. But if we don't, then we will start to look at time in order to split these 34 plus.
6 grimpeurs, je crois, du côté des mecs. Il nous reste 5 du côté des filles. Et les deux prochains à s'élancer, c'est les Français, cette fois-ci tous les deux. Avec le taulier, la légende de l'équipe de France. Il a pris les podiums en bloc. Et on dit Monsieur G.
Alrighty, up next we've got Jeremy Bonder and Selma Elajdi Mimoun. Two French climbers, a really young one, Selma just 18, and Jeremy, quite an accomplished climber because he already has been bouldering French champion 3 times. And the first time was in 2014.
Quite a while, 8 years ago. And another one you can see on his t-shirt, he is Arkose here.
He rose.
He rose.
He rose. And he is. Just stellar career. And now he's also a route setter. Lives out here in Fontainebleau. Here, I always connect Paris to Font, which, I mean, it's really close by.
It's a whole 40 minutes away.
Did you put a stopwatch down? Coming up.
Can't be having that.
I always think that cities have like a certain time to them, and I realized everything in Paris is 1 hour.
Yeah.
So Paris Font, 1 hour. You know, to actually get your hands on a boulder. Mix in the warm-up.
It's what you're gonna have to sacrifice in order to go climbing in Font. Not a bad sacrifice in my opinion.
Oh, and your skin, morale, ego. There's a lot to sacrifice in Font.
That is a very, very good point, but we don't discuss such things. We're going for the jump.
Woo!
What's that?
No issue.
Whoa.
No!
Not ideal. Big
he-
up to that sloper.
But he was flowing. He was in the flow of the jumpy moves.
Flow. I don't care how good your flow is. That slope is bad.
But it was a jumpy move flow.
I wanted to know if that was how he practiced it before, because at least to me that looked quite outrageous to really swing so aggressively.
Selma just finding those rests. A stretchy rest.
Stretchy rest.
Ouais, physiquement, c'est une machine, hein, c'est pas vous la verrez en bloc. Elle est assez incroyable. Elle est vice-championne d'Europe de bloc en titre, hein, d'ailleurs, chez les U20, les juniors.
This summer we saw her in Dallas at the Bouldering World Championships, well, Youth Bouldering World Championships, winning the silver. But then she also won the Under-20 Lead French Championships this year, so... Again, one of those athletes that like we'll talk about for the next few years, hopefully in 2 years in Paris. Again.
Potentially seeing more of this athlete, but so many good athletes on the French team. It's quite a competition against your own country, your own teammates, if you want to acquire that Olympic slot.
Yeah, and the French team is quite a team.
It's time to tune in. We're looking at this Crux that Drea Hunt.
It looks, this is a fumbly clip.
It's not what we want.
She just looks a bit tired. And I guess, is that a hold out on the left? Slopey in-cut hold?
It's, I believe, one of those snap slopers that we just watched Jeremy slide off of. So not the stickiest toe. Big fight now.
Come on. Muscles out. Allez. Allez, allez, allez. No.
Not able to get across, but great effort there. The pole was on. plus.
Which at this point, yeah, looking at the results, it might just be enough. Because there are only 6 spots left. There are only 6 spots in the finals.
Apparently that is giving you 6th position. We'll have to see if any joint positions will be counted out by score, or if 2 athletes put forward. Right now, Soma is sitting in 7th position.
So far, if everybody falls lower than 35 plus and with less than 4 minutes 20, she's in the finals. Next up, we've got an outdoor climber, Hugo Paramontier, and Mejdi Rondel from France. She's only 15 years old.
Big stage to have to get on as a 15-year-old climber. Quite exciting though, does bode well for what will come in the future.
Il nous fait du 9B dans l'extérieur, le Parmentoche. Un encore ultra complet, avec des études en même temps. Quand on parle de talent, forcément, le Parmentier en fait partie. Alors, Mejdi Rondel, elle a 15 ans, elle a déjà 2 titres et 2 championnes du monde quand même. En tif seulement, ça va aussi en bloc. Elle a 15 ans, Mejdi Rondel, elle est déjà à tutoyer les sommets de cette discipline.
Oh, you can reach that clip you can. Get it in while you're on those massive footholds. Have a little
Et chez le Rondel, elles font pas seulement les 2 machines. Alors on connaît bien sûr Neige qui est en train de grimper sous vos yeux, il y a aussi Solar et Ami.
Hugo, quite familiar with this Redpoint style of climbing, well, since he's climbed 9B. And again, finds that rest so quickly and easily. No knee pads.
No knee pads.
I guess we're not having a knee pad debate in the comments.
No knee pad debate. Very busy. It's always fun. Very excited now to see how Hugo's outdoor strength will transfer now into this power endurance section he's about to move up into.
Yeah, the crowd really getting behind Mej.
Oh wow, look at that reliance on the heel hook. Really impressive from Mej. Skipping that sloper on the left.
But then with his body, he's so into the wall, allez, and finds that rest.
Really good at leaning into that little corner they created.
Oh no, we use Mej.
Let's see, elbows out. Some athletes can pull through, some haven't.
34 plus.
Not one that could pull through. We got another. 33, I believe, is the score right now.
On est dans le très très haut niveau. Encore une fois, on peut l'applaudir bien fort le monde entier. Mejdi Rondel qui vont terminer leur passage dans ces demi. Et on va l'accueillir pour les prochains passages. On passe à l'international, même si du côté des filles, elle fait partie, on va dire, des plus françaises des grimpeuses italiennes. Ilaria Scolaris du côté des filles, representing l'Italia. Et pour la France, Jules Marchand, le Niçois, le chimiste. Celui qui a fait ses premières Coupes du Monde cette année.
Next up, we've got Jules Marchelin from France and Ilaria Scolaris from Italy.
Il a même grimpé avec un chausson découpé en demi-finale de Coupe du Monde. Parce qu'il avait l'orteil tout pété, mais il avait quand même envie de grimper. Donc voilà, c'est ça le style niçois. Et vous allez voir le style Marchelin, il fait pas semblant.
Jules earlier was trying to route with Pierre, who's up next, and I guess that's a nice way also to bring the outdoors indoors, because like outdoors you always share beta, you always compare and contrast, you talk about pinkies and where you put your thumb.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just found it like quite a nice dynamic relationship. They were like shouting at each other like what to do, where to go.
That is one of the very cool things in the testing. The athletes were paired up, so two would get on the route at the same time. One would be belaying the other, and so you do have this communal aspect as they work together on the route, sharing methods, sharing beta. And we are at a competition, but everyone seems to be working together.
And that's what climbing is all about, really, like sharing, helping each other.
Really a fantastic sport.
Pushing yourself, yes, making friendships.
Live, laugh, love.
I was just saying, like, I was thinking about climbing last weekend and this girl just shouted out the beat. I'm like, you're my new best friend.
Climbing very fast on this rig. You notice noticeably far ahead.
Let's match you with the route.
Ilaria is just working fast here. Now we're at this section coming towards the 34.
Ooh, finds a rest.
How will he make of it?
I'm saying a rest, like it's quite a secure clip with the drop knee. No, not a secure, not a secure clip.
32 plus 4. Jules.
Ilaria, dai. Ale.
We might have a lot of our finalists, only 3 male athletes left.
On verra ça, on va le laisser défaire son œuf et ensuite il vous fera coucou, ne vous inquiétez pas.
Do you think on an on-site they would normally find that rest? Because it's so blind, that foothold out there.
It is, particularly from the ground, it's very hard to see. Often when you're on the route, you can visualize it very differently compared to the ground. A great question.
Come on, Ilaria.
I cannot say it, I would know. I'm not particularly good at route climbing.
Allez.
Nothing's a rest for me on the road. Clip there, you can see that right arm wants to relax a little bit more. She's gonna come back with the straight arm. There it is. That's a little bit nicer. Is that going to be enough? We are entering another Crux section. Out of beans.
Was she slapping up to a crimp?
To the volume, I believe. 25 plus.
That's unfortunately not enough for the finals.
One more female athlete out, and a big name.
Yes, I was about to say, she honestly needs no introduction. She just did it to be true. This woman has climbed 9B outdoors. As we said earlier, she is from Italy, and last week climbed a bunch of routes, including like 2 9As, a bunch of 8C pluses, an 8C plus second go. So here we go, Laura Rovera. Sorry, that was a bit premature. I just thought the crowd was cheering on who was coming up. Anyway, spoiler alert, Lara Logo is up next.
Spoiler alert! You're going to tell us who won as
Lefebvre.
well. It's all rigged.
No, Pierre Lefebvre is coming up.
The announcement of Pierre.
Who climbs in socks? Bright yellow socks tonight.
Bright yellow.
I
He's
did
put
ask-
them all the way up.
He said he was going to put some pink socks on, which now I'm disappointed.
Yeah, quite disappointed. That's all we are. Doesn't even matter how well he climbs at this rate.
No, I'm just disappointed because they're not pink now. But yes, climbing in socks. Turns out it's a thing. I was told off like the first time I ever went to the gym, like, don't put socks on. And he was never told not to, so that's why he keeps climbing in socks.
Like, is it a thing or is it his thing?
No, he just started off when he was a kid climbing in socks, and then I did ask him earlier. He was like, "Well, nobody ever told me to take socks off, so I didn't."
You could have told him.
No.
That was your opportunity.
No, he
No,
told me that he
Pierre,
was gonna
take
climb
your
with pink
socks off.
socks.
That was your one chance. And now he's going to go on with the
Asked
socks.
him if they were like branded, you know, like La Sportiva or like EB socks. He's like, no, just normal socks.
Just normal socks. They do look good. They're not pink, but they do look good, so we can give them that.
It is warm tonight though, so I'm not sure if it like helps or hinders.
Yes, quite warm actually. You do make some good points.
Okay, anyway, enough about socks because Laura is climbing so well and quickly. Oh, I found a knee bone. Just found this resting clip from. It really makes work that wall on the left hand side.
So we have 2 tops on this route already.
It looks like they're really next to each other. Oh, and
Big swing from
they popped
Pierre.
at the same time. Laura is climbing her classic controlled static style.
She seemed a little bit more uncomfortable in that section. It might be she's not quite as tall and had to reach further with the feet, but she then pulled out her experience and showed how she still managed through and looks quite comfortable now,
And her
even after that bit of fight.
Come on.
Allez s'installer là entre ces deux volumes. La gestion du temps, elle la maîtrise forcément. Il lui reste encore 3 minutes 20 avant d'arriver au sommet et d'être arrêté.
Now this is a few times we get a good look at this section of the route. Really difficult, powerful moves through here.
Not a problem.
Absolutely
Oh, it
not.
doesn't even match the red hole. Oh wait, that's not the red hole again. She's going to a red hole.
Now we're set up for the Crux. Everyone who's done the Crux, particularly with ease, has kept their feet on during it. Maybe taking quite a controlled swing into the toe hook. Saw Lara just before struggling with the foot method. How will she find this section?
Maybe it is a reach. She reached up to it but didn't quite have it. But again, knows what to do. Just goes back down, rests. Allez. Matches the
Matching on that
crimp.
crimp.
Yes, come on.
Goodness, really impressive.
Slips from there, come on.
Feeling that right crimp in.
Allez. Was that meant to be a match?
Sticking the foot, different method. Heel to hand on that right crimp.
This is an incredible display of strength. Allez.
Now we're into Lara's
Into
territory.
the crimps. not look phased, does she? Allez. And that's the top. Yes. And she's into the finals.
Yep, she most certainly is. Really impressive there. You could see that crux coming out onto the head wall was not her style. Took a bit of improvisation, innovation, should I say. Matching that crimp, putting the heel to the hand. She did gut through, and then those crimps on the head wall, that is Lara Ragora's bread and butter, not a bother when she hit that last section.
Not a bother. I feel that's your expression.
Not
I've
a bother.
heard it before.
That is quite a homely expression that Climbing World will just have to get used to.
Right,
Not a
so
bother.
for the females, we almost have the final list. I'm saying almost because they're just tweaking the order. But we still got 2 climbers to go. There's 2 male climbers. Diego Foubert is up next from France. Or Fourbet. I think I got this wrong.
This is it. I've been told by the organisers that part of the fun is to hear us struggle to pronounce the French names. He's quite specific in his instructions. Diego.
And he's flatmates with Majdi and Pierre. And fun fact, each evening they play 2 hours ping pong.
That's the real sport in that house.
But like, it must be so good for their hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, I guess
And like
so.
quick on their feet.
Is that the secret? Is that what the rest
I
of
mean,
the competition scene needs to go after?
They might be all in the finals together. Oh no, I mean Pierre didn't make it. But maybe.
But maybe. I don't think Pierre is in the finals.
No, Pierre and his socks didn't make it.
Socks are not there. That is one thing we'll be missing tonight. Good pair of socks. Nice pop there. The dynamicism.
He does have a very dynamic style.
Now, deep in that knee bar. We've seen a couple of climbers. Pierre passed on the wall, slipping in that section. Not too much trouble. Big slap up under that sloper. Does stick it in an impressive way. Now, time to watch out. We're coming into this 34 plus. High tension though from Diego. What has he got now?
Creeping up to and there we lose Diego.
Out just before the hold that we've seen most of our other athletes in the male round coming off.
One more athlete to go.
32 plus 4, Diego Forbet. The lower end of the list, but there's only one top so far in this male semi-final.
I say, and he did come out at the beginning, and we were getting a bit nervous whether, you know, it was an easy toppable route, and it wasn't.
The route setters have been able to calm down since quite quite happily, I'm sure.
All right, our last climber is out, and he's from France, and his name is Arthur Rebollo. I guess trains at Massy, which is a pretty big climbing center here in France. Not I guess, it's written on his shirt.
Very static method through there. Not interested in the coordination the other athletes have chosen to show his style in lead climbing. It'll be interesting to see how he uses it later on.
He's quick.
Et du coup, là, le but, ça va être d'aller le plus loin possible et se faire plaisir. Hein. C'est que de l'expérience, c'est que du bonus pour Arthur Rebollo. Et là, 17 ans, hein, je pense que c'est le plus jeune du côté des mecs à s'être élancé dans cette voie de Tommy.
Good strong lock on that left arm. Skipping that first crimp, going straight to the second. Seeing
Eyeing it up.
just more powerful.
I wanted to go dynamically. He was like ready for
Ready, but he knows he needs to keep those toes
on.
in.
Oh, it just
Totally
misses
misses
the
the
hold.
Not what Arthur wanted on that move.
And it's it for the semifinals, isn't it?
These are final athletes making
Yes.
their
So our top 6 males is Tazay Homa, Romaric Geoffroy, Yannick Floe, Meji Schalk, Sebastian Elenke, and now Monchois. And we'll see them tonight at 10 because the wall is gonna get stripped and the route setters have to go back at work and set the final routes. Can we give a little spoiler to the audience at home? Basically the top is the same for men and women.
It's going to be
Like in Jakarta.
one of those.
One of
pretty
those.
ones. It's going to look good. We know that much. Quite exciting. A strong lineup. Several World Cup winners are sitting in our final lineup tonight, so definitely want to be tuning in to see how they do.
So 10 p.m. here on EpicTV, Central European Time. That's it from us. We'll see you in a little less than 2 hours. Thank you so much, Danon.
Thank you, Terry.
Bye bye.
the presentation for the live. On est toujours en direct sur EpicTV. On a besoin d'accès à l'escalier aussi, s'il vous plaît les gars, donc on ne reste pas en face de l'escalier, merci beaucoup. And in a few seconds I will have the pleasure and the honor to present you the 6th female athlete of this very first international lead competition in Arkose. J'aurai le plaisir de vous présenter dans quelques secondes les 6 athlètes féminines de ces finales avant de passer au média. D'ailleurs on commencera avec les filles ce soir pour la grimpe.
Good evening and welcome to the Arkose International Lead Competition brought to you by EpicTV. And I'm Teresa Corti and I'm joined here by Dan and Marky, because I forgot your R. And welcome. We just streamed the semifinals, which was a different format than the usual on-site challenge. And Danon, honestly, what did you think about that Redpoint challenge?
It was interesting. It was definitely a very different challenge for the athletes, and while we do see a lot of the top World Cup competitors there on the top of this, we have seen a bit of a mix-up in terms of some of the athletes, some of the French athletes getting involved, able to show their skills, able to transfer from that outdoor perspective and bring it into a Redpoint setting indoors. And so we're seeing some names that are maybe a bit surprising on those lists, but still very exciting to see tonight.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Romaric Geoffroy, because like I saw him in Chamonix during the semi-finals, and I was like, oh, that's a name to remember, because he's also French lead champion. So really cool to see him, who just came back from the Verdun with a 9A in the pocket.
Oof.
An upgraded 9A, because it used to be like an 8C route, and then he decided to upgrade a Step 1 route to 9A.
Oh, wow.
So some climbers with some pedigree, indoors and outdoors.
Very, very cool to see. But then we've also got those World Cup champion names on the list. Laura Gora, Mia Krampel, Mejdi Schalk, Yannick Floé, all amazing names.
And yes, we're starting off with the women.
Presentation now.
So
Celia Avezou out.
Yeah, just walked on stage. Chloé Collier's up next. The spotlight is trying to find him. Find him. Yes, we got Celia Avezou from France, Chloé Collier from Belgium, and the next athlete is from Austria, and it's Jessica Pilz, who really needs no introduction in the world of lead climbing.
After this, it's all just World Cup winning names about to walk onto the floor.
It is. From South Korea, we got Cheon-so, who, I mean, she's so awesome to watch, and she's just 18. Like, sometimes I kind of need to, I don't know, remind myself of that, because like I feel she's been on the scene winning for quite a while. And next up from Slovenia, there's Mia Krampel. Again, a very familiar name. We even saw her at the Olympics.
Of note as well, Mia Krampel looked the most comfortable in our semi-finals. She cruised her way to the top. Not the fastest though, that title does go to
Laura Rogora, who was indeed the fastest with a time of 4 minutes and 27 seconds, and that's why she's starting last, because 3 women actually topped the semi-final route. But then again, they're all experts in their fields and definitely know how to work a route and even climb it. Well, clearly, second go to the top.
Yep, not a bad effort at all, but now we are mixing up the format and going towards an on-site format, so it is a new set of skills that our athletes are going to be tested on.
But definitely something they're most used to in competition. And here are the men. Now Monchois is on stage, followed by German climber Sebastian Helenke. and then the crowd is gonna go crazy for him. Mejichal from France, bouncing on stage. Next up, we've got German climber Yannick Floe.
Something very interesting of note, all the climbers on the stage right now have the exact same score from semi-finals, and they're only split by time, so all to play for amongst them.
There was a savage move in the men's semi. From France, Romaric Geoffroy, not Geoffroy, like Geoffroy, like I'm cold. And from Japan, we've got Taisei Hama.
Taisei, the one athlete to have topped our route tonight and truly showing his ability and strength. So strong throughout the entire World Cup season and now continuing to show that strength tonight at the Arkose International Lead Competition.
And there we go, that's the men who are gonna climb later onwards, because ladies first. Spotlight going up and down the wall, and you cannot really see it on screen, but it's quite overhanging, like it's a proper roof underneath there.
Yeah, there is a lot going on, and something to tell the audience, this is the largest lead climbing wall in Paris.
Indeed, as in people that live in the city that love lead climbing and climbing head out here to climb lead, also because it's a bit less busy than all the gyms in the city.
So quite a popular gym, and you can see there in our crowd, this place is absolutely packed. And not only packed inside, there is a projector outside live streaming the competition, and the street outside is also packed. Such a massive turn up for this competition tonight, really exciting to see.
At the Arkose Pantin. There we go, that's the females route. In a different shade, I gotta say, it's a bit lighter. The picture
slightly
I guess
brighter.
Was taken during the day. But yes, that's the lead route for the women. And the route center, I've split it into 3 parts, but essentially it's all to play for at the top.
Top is going to be exciting, but it is shared with the other gender, isn't it? So
it is, so the men's route winds up a bit, you can see it there on the left hand side, but it does reach the same top as the women's.
I think that's something noticeable throughout the semi-final round as well. The level of difficulty between men's and women's routes are really not that far apart, 8B plus to 8C plus. So the level of playing at the top of the game is not that different between the genders, which is really exciting to see in our sport.
Indeed, and I think we discuss it probably almost weekly on Climbing Daily on the news show. Like, besides the women are catching up, like some women are stronger than the men and realistically can climb these routes. I'm not gonna name any names.
Most certainly.
Because can we be biased? Not really. We'll try not to be.
But that really is
here we go.
the beauty of our sport.
Here we go. Celia Missou is about to walk on stage. Just 18 years old, from France. And with a beautiful t-shirt. Literally very artistic. Celia just looking through the moves on the route again. They haven't tried this route compared to the semi-final round, so it's an onsight attempt, and yeah, I guess she's just... Well, what is she looking for actually right now? Where to clip? Where to rest?
Yeah, there's so many things you have to take into account. Which parts are going to be difficult for you? Which parts are going to be stronger for you when you can take a rest. Planning, clipping, planning, breathing, planning, chalking up, that's all things that athletes are thinking about. So much going on when planning that out in observation. It's not just figuring out which hold you're going to go to.
And here she goes, the first of the 6 finalists.
So you will notice already a bit more slower in her climbing style, and I'm sure everyone else's climbing style going for this on-site format. Very different. You're figuring out as you're going along rather than having that plan beforehand.
At just 18, Zelia did already prove to be an extremely strong boulderer. Like this summer she won the youth world champs in Dallas in bouldering. So like I guess big coordination moves, she'll know what to do. And there's some coming.
Hopefully some very exciting moves ahead, and then there's always the opportunity that athletes are going to break it. That's a big part of big swing there.
The first swing.
Throwing out that right hand, grabbing as the feet cut loose, and then chucking those feet back onto the wall.
Just finding Owens over the crowd.
What a lovely little rest there. Look down at the crowd. Very fun.
Oh no, is that clip too far? Like a couple of readjustments. Hopefully she'll get the clip with no issue. There we go.
You can see this appears to be one of those double stacked volumes, so it is actually a structure almost completely off the wall.
Oh, feet first, amazing. Is this a possible beta break?
Turned around now, great job from Zelia Avezu. First one out and making some good progress.
Do you think she read that feet first from the ground, or she got there and it was like, oh, let's go feet first?
That is always something we're wondering, and I'd love to say I know, but I honestly don't.
I wish they came up with speech bubbles. Like, oh gosh, I got a clip here.
What is going on in their head? Those bubbles would get...
That's a great angle to show.
Oh! Slip on the left hand, very unexpectedly. You could see Zelia there in shock even before she was off the wall, knowing that she was coming down.
That was quite unexpected though. We also have to mention that it is quite warm for being the end of October. That was a great effort from Zelia. And also, first timer out, we don't know if, this might be enough for a win.
That is always the question when you're watching a competition like this, particularly in lead. You've got one shot. That's it, that's your performance, and then wait, find out how it went later on. So, none of us know. Maybe that could be winning performance. Definitely a good performance for the home crowd tonight. They were all up cheering. If you can hear it home, it's very exciting. The crowd is quite loud tonight.
And Chloe Collier from Belgium just walked on stage. 25 years old. Again, she's also more of a boulder, and she's just observing the route right now.
Chloe now looked very, very comfortable in our semi-finals, but could see the endurance aspect got a bit difficult. Now we're going to see if it's going to come back to bite her.
But generally, like coming back from Japan last week, she did it right on her Instagram that her lead round, she felt it went better than her boulder round. And I feel that we'll kind of see that shift between climbers, maybe headed towards Paris, because they need to be strong in boulder and lead.
Yeah, really interesting to see a few athletes like this across that World Cup season, changing their style and their focus. And then some big bouldering names like Mejdi Schalk and Yannick Floé tonight in this lead competition, showing a world-class performance. Is Chloé Collier going to be one of those names? You can see no texture on the right of that hold, so she puts the heel up on the higher one. Very high rock over, but really locked in on that right heel. Good position there.
Oh, that's a small cramp pinch. Cramp pinch. Big move up.
This is where we saw Zelia cut loose. What will Chloé Collier do?
What do you think? Static, or we'll see her swing around as well?
She's going left hand, a static swing, bringing the feet out first. So definitely this method will have saved a little bit of energy over that snap that we saw Zelia do.
That's a great shot.
Now what are we going to see?
Shows how overhanging the wall is.
Yeah, that is completely horizontal.
Yep. The wall in itself is that overhanging, plus with those added volumes, they're just at 90 degrees.
I really like this volume setup where you can reach all the way around as if it was a hanging tufa on an outdoor route.
And also, it's not as obvious as a red crimpy hold. Like, it kind of, I guess the athletes need to play around with the volume and where it's better to hold or not.
Yeah, it takes a lot of experience to conceptualize what you're actually going to do with this strange shape on the wall and how you're going to twist your body around it. That is the thing about volumes. They require a lot more body movement than actually pulling. So you have to move your entire body in order to work with it.
Just shaking off towards that hold.
This is where we saw Zelia slipping out.
This is where we see the pump kick in.
Not confident with that hold. Going to go with the other hand.
Oh, no.
Not able to find it.
So that's definitely a tricky move. Up to that hinge, hold 28 or 28 and 29. I guess it's just a bit awkward because they have to rock over onto the wall, the angle shifts.
Yeah, a lot to manage, particularly after those hanging volumes. So core intensive to swing your body and maneuver around those. Then once you come up into the next section, you realize suddenly that core is tired out and it's really hard to maneuver onto those next holds. You can see that pinch Chloé Collier was reaching up to. Quite a difficult angled pinch that you have to do a lot of twisting to make work. Quite hard after all of that volume play below.
Plus, like, those volumes looks like big holds and they can kind of rest, but it's still really tiring. Like, yes, arms straight, but still strenuous, and like you said, core engaged to the max not to slip off.
Exactly. Such high risk of slipping when you don't have something positive, so everything is so tense to make sure there's no little movements that might cause a slip.
There we go, Jessica Pills is on her way. Now, maybe this semi-final round wasn't exactly what we were expecting from her.
Jessica Pills definitely one of those top of the world athletes, and vision always harks back to the World Championships in 2018 where she did take the win.
Oh, yes, that was just I mean, it's a final for the ages. 7 seconds. She won by 7 seconds in her hometown, and like, oh, what a spectacle it was.
So for sure, every time thinking of Jessie Pills and her climbing level, there is this thought of how strong she is and how capable she is. And so we would have expected her to see a top in semi-finals. Didn't quite make that top. You could see the power running out just on that final head wall. But she still is one of the world's best athletes, and so we could very much see an amazing performance here on this finals route.
She's always one of those women that I go like, I want to be like her when I grow up. Allez. No hesitation.
There we are. Now, let's see what she makes of these volumes.
Yeah. It's a controlled cut loose, isn't it?
Quite a controlled cut loose. Very nice though. It's that moment when you release the feet. Is it after the hand grabs? Is it before? All these little factors add up and can make a massive difference. There we are, feet first. For Jessica Pills.
Is she trying to find a knee bar?
Oh! Is she finding a knee bar? There's something involved, but it looks like she's changed her mind.
Oh, it's such a blind move, isn't it? To go out feet first like that.
This is a lot of energy.
Oh gosh.
Jessica Pills.
Also, the trust on that, on her toes.
Yeah, so amazing, but for sure she would have liked to get through this move a bit more fluently. Really unsure how she's going to pull across.
Oh.
Jessica Pills now off the wall.
Lost her really early.
It did look like just confusion
Yeah.
between those volumes.
Maybe something went wrong when she read her route, or probably from the ground isn't that obvious what to do there.
Most certainly, and that is Jessica Pills, not the performance she would have wanted.
Joël is asking, where are the finals? Well, the finals are in France, in the beautiful, amazing, delightful, shiny town of Paris, at Arkose Pantin. And next up, we've got Mia Crampon. Oh no, sorry about that. Chéanson.
Now we're into the athletes that have topped our semi-final route. They are currently only split by time. They all have the same score. They all have the same ability in terms of climbing the route in the semi-finals. And now a big question is, are they going to be split on this route? Are we going to see only some tops, or are we going to see all tops again? Big question. Rather not see it come down to time. The athletes are so strong now. Looking at Shehun, so it's not impossible she tops the route.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Definitely not.
Nope. I mean, she's a safe bet, isn't it? If we had to start betting, let's not
Yeah,
do that.
it's not?
No.
It's not.
Also, if kids are watching at home, betting.
Yeah. No,
But
I
like,
wouldn't. I wouldn't like.
I wouldn't bet.
Wouldn't
on her,
bet.
But it's a safe one.
It's
Anybody at home who's actually betting on hopefully a couple of chips, who are your bets?
Who are your bets? Early slip from Chaeyoon
jinx
So. Goodness. We've just lost all of our bets.
All of our bets.
We really lost a lot there.
I gotta say that Matt did say this to me before coming out here, not to,
Oh, it's always fun with the bets on.
The commentator curse.
Yeah, I've heard many's a tale. Wonder
Okay, so let's not try to predict anything
it
anymore.
appeared a right foot slip.
A right foot slip.
Potentially. Now, it looked like Cheyun So was heel hooking on the lower of those large snap macros, and we noticed before that while the upper one had texture, the lower one did not, and potentially she was heel hooking on this non-textured hold, which high risk, and potentially that is why she came off the wall.
Commentator's curse, yes.
Commentator's curse.
Next up from Slovenia, Mia Krampel. Does she need an introduction? I mean, we saw her at the Olympics. She's part of, like, probably the strongest team in the world.
Yeah, not in a bad position, and I would say from the climbers in our semi-final round I mentioned before, I mentioned again, Mia Krampel looked the most comfortable in the semi-final round, definitely because the route fitted her style quite well. Laura Gora, who did climb faster than her, really looked to struggle through some of those cruxes, put up an excellent fight, has earned that top score, but in terms of absolute comfort and having extra fuel in the tank, Mia Krampel looked like that to me.
She also just got back from Japan, where she was 8th in the combined, and she got a bronze medal in Jakarta at the last Lead World Cup.
Athlete that has really put in the work over this year. Now let's see, this right toe looks like what we lost Cheyun So on. And there she goes up with a very high heel.
That is not a secure heel, is it?
Definitely not, but something this athlete has trained many's an hour in order to do, and do it she has.
Do you think athletes train heel hooks on those dual texture holds on purpose?
She used the textured hold, but it's
right next
not
to the
unknown.
part.
It's right next to it. She was on the texture, but it is not unknown. I have seen national competitions where it's designed you have to climb on the no textured part of the hole.
No way. Also, I'm just gonna quickly mention the shoes, and hopefully we're gonna get a shot of them. Is she wearing 2 different shoes? Oh, just going feet first.
Into this section, we are fighting between these two volumes. We saw Jessica Pills really have a lot of trouble, not looking comfortable to release one hand. Mia Krampel now looking very comfortable, happy to hang on one hand. So happy. Does she have a knee bar in? How is she holding this? It is a knee bar.
Is it a knee bar or a heel hook?
Now big stretch, very different beta. Now, is that left hand good enough to move upwards? There we are, straight up and right.
It has to clip. So Zelia struggling with that clip as well. I guess when it's so overhanging, you kind of also just get lost in the space.
Yeah, it's very hard in that
resting
horizontal
on that?
space, conceiving what's going on.
Come on, Mia.
Here we are. Very soon she'll be pushing on
Yes.
for first place if she can get through these moves.
So strong. No issues
There we
holding
are.
that.
Mia Krampel has found herself first place now, getting up through that pinch.
She is wearing 2 different shoes. Scarpa Drago on her right foot and the Scarpa Chimera on her left foot. She probably read the route and decided to be more precise with one foot than the other.
Could be what happened. Whatever she's done a good job of it. She's got herself first place, but she knows there is one more athlete out, so she still has to put in her best possible performance.
That crimp. Those are some small crimps. Plus on an overhang like that. Over there it should be about like 10-15 degrees. But still, after such a bumpy route. Almost looks like she's getting something back here. That dropped me. Some real class. The crowd is just going crazy because it's an incredible display of strength.
This is very cool now. Pushing up. Still just getting past halfway on this route. There is a lot to go. But yeah, looking like she found a bit of flow through there. Looking a little bit more comfortable as the overhang eased off.
She's at hold 38 and there are 10 more hand holds to go, or hand movements to go. But this is gonna be another strenuous move for her.
Yeah, onto
Maybe
this.
not, because she's looking so controlled.
She is looking very comfortable. Looks like she found a bit of rest there. This last section is shared with the male athletes, so could be exceptionally difficult.
She just found a new flow.
Great flow for Mia Crampel.
Come on. Oh, she's in the zone, isn't she? No! Oh, that was an incredible performance.
That was absolutely fantastic. Really blowing the competition out of the water with that climb so far.
Like we said before, a fighter, but like, did we even see her fight? She doesn't. There weren't like that many expressions to tell when she was gonna fall off, because she just like started with a flow up there.
You could definitely see through that double volume Crux. A lot of people are using a lot of power there. Mia though pushed through, bit of a difficult section after, and then we found this other flow. She cruised up through the next moves, getting ready for the final head wall. It was really amazing to see. Such a great performance, just pulling it out.
And the crowd goes crazy.
So only one woman can beat her now.
Laura Logora. It's already the last woman out.
That is us. Rapid finals so far.
Oh, I kind of like having 8 finalists now. 6 is too quick, isn't it?
It's too quick. We're not done yet. Someone needs to get up there.
Laura Logora from Italy, and she's an incredible outdoor climber. I mean, proved herself on the competition scene year after year. This year 4th in lead overall. And just to highlight again Mia's effort, she basically climbed almost 20 moves more than anybody else.
Wow. Really, really impressive. That, again, we all saw this flow. The engine just turned back on and she got going again.
Isn't it nice if it happens in climbing? I'm saying
If
for us.
quite rare, exceptionally rare, but it is one of those amazing moments.
And Laura definitely knows those moments.
We are a bit of volume fighting quickly. Big dual textured snap hold, pushing Laura Gora away from the wall, not giving her any positive aspects to grabs. Almost a wrestle essentially with this part of the wall.
They just move slightly differently.
Yeah, she's
And actually pushing on the toe.
standing high, rocking over.
Perhaps an underthink, extra get the clip dump, which I guess it's a good idea before heading into that overhang.
Definitely a good idea. Very obviously the most difficult section of this route so far. So, Aragora about to put a big fight in.
Come on. Allez. Yes.
Static out to here, keeping the feet onto the right. Other athletes swung out at this point. Laura Gora, though, not letting those feet cut. Really useful conservation of energy.
And that's a style, isn't it? Like, static, but smart with the feet.
Exactly.
Something you can learn outdoors for all the
most definitely. And there we can see that knee bar. Mia Krampel just got as well. Such a good rest. It does not look comfortable whatsoever. Probably not one you want to spend too long in, but she was able to take one arm off completely and relax on the other. Really useful.
Ooh, and easily finds a hill hook. Toe hook. Many hooks. And now finds the hill hook.
Big twist around. A lot of moves just between these two volumes.
I guess she looked out at the time, but the crowd just cheered her on.
Most definitely. And this is one of the athletes, you don't have to worry about how many moves she does. She really has that much endurance. Alright, this is where we saw Mia find flow.
Big pinch, goes with the left hand, brings up the foot, matches it. Now gets to stand up a little bit and find a rest. Yes. Now it's a crimp fest from now onwards, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be her territory. That was so impressive. Reaching up with that left hand, taking the pinch in the wrong way or the less positive way, and then just squeezing the life out of it to bring the other hand up. So powerful there.
Wasn't too sure about the foothold and changed it into the heel hook like Mia.
Interesting. It's hard to see on the broadcast, but the wall does kick out there. The angle gets more steep. So you'll see the athletes choose different movements like this right heel hook in order to lock in. This is not the flow that Mia found in this section.
Definitely not. But
Laura Gora risking here, or is she going to find it?
Retention in these goes. A bit of hesitation in that foot.
Crowd is absolutely in uproar.
Apparently there's 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
Great fight from Lara. No flow through there, but refuses to fall. Has to reverse change her method a couple of times, but she is through now.
Oh, reaches up to that pocket. Oh, the pump is real right now. And she finds a flow as well. I guess these are just go-in moves as well. Come on, Laura. And she keeps on fighting.
Great fight, closing in.
Reaches out. I mean, she's in first place right now. And the top is... No! She was one move from the top.
One move from the top.
From the top!
So dramatically close.
Laura, your winner! Oh, grande!
That is most certainly a win from Lara Rogora, though. Rogora.
It's the English thing. I think that's how you say it. She's from the south of Italy. That was such an incredible performance. Last athlete out, brought it home, and won 4,000 euros.
Yeah,
Right,
this
that's
is
prize money.
one of the biggest prize monies I've ever seen. Certainly in recent years, I have not seen any prize money coming close to this, which makes the competition all the more exciting.
And the shopping in Paris easier.
It's all about the shopping in Paris.
It is, though.
That's what we're here for, not the climbing.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love climbing. However, the vintage shops.
Oof.
Oh, that was such a cool final. Right, hashtag pizza.
Hashtag pizza really is
I'd like
important.
some right now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really quite a poignant message gotten across
think
there.
so.
Yeah. It holds true, it cuts deep, it just says so much.
I was gonna reference the pizza shape of the Italian flag at the Olympics. Remember, the all Italian athletes came out with this uniform with just like a big round circle, and it looked like a pizza slice. Like, so patriotic in so many ways. Right, anyway, enough about pizza, because the men's route is up on screen. And there is where it starts sharing the women's route, which is like crosses in on a different side. All right, French climber, now Monchois, is already climbing.
So, again, we see the slowest movements now, as it is on site again. Climbers are trying to figure out what is their method up here, what's going to work, how good are these holds, is it how it looks from the ground. You have to make all those decisions on the fly. You do not want to mess up in the finals. Big, powerful moves between pinches here. Very cool to see, but also very draining in terms of energy.
Yeah, you can really see how he wants to get out of there quickly. I guess for a taller climber that could almost be a knee bar. Or if Paul Champ would be in the finals, double knee bar it.
Double knee bar. The knee bar stack, this new age movement. That's the cult of the knee bar have come to worship.
He's climbing so efficiently.
Really does look to be quite happy to take these big pinches, do big moves between them.
Quick cross through, even though it didn't seem so secure.
Definitely not, but he knew the hold was big enough to go at it, not quite in the balance he would have wanted, but still not a bother. And now he looks quite comfortable in this position, looking for some kind of rest or some kind of knee bar. What's he gonna go for now?
Takes a good rest. Again, as a 9A plus outdoor climber, 9A plus, still resting on routes and knowing when to get something back is really crucial.
So from this angle we can see that hold is really not the jug we might have expected. It is a large macro with two little chips screwed onto it, so not actually a good hold to rest on. But now Monchois does not care, he will rest on it. We're setting off again.
Allez, Arkose, il va rentrer dans le tube, on va pas le lâcher, s'il vous plaît. On a toute l'énergie là pour envoyer dans la suite de cette
Great swing of the feet across there, locking in so as not to barn door off of the wall.
Ooh, and he's using the top of that hold. Oh gosh, he's hugging. That was like a drop down move into fridge hug.
Now we're fighting. Very quickly, whole section there without any let up, and you could see he was moving faster and faster as he started to realize the energy was depleting and he needed to get through to some kind of restful position, throwing that right hand up. Unfortunately, not having the energy to really pull down and move on.
I was gonna say, those holds like look pretty good and big, but I guess it doesn't help that the overhang is pretty savage and the tiredness kicks in.
Tiredness kicks in, overhang savage, and it's one thing for us to say it here in the commentary chair. I definitely wouldn't be up that high on the route.
I mean, yeah, with a couple of like leaf blowers or what's that big machine that what is it called? Oh, whatever. I'll think of the name of it.
Tell me about your big machine later.
No, you know, like skydivers need to train in like a vacuum that like blows you off.
A skydiving fan.
One of those. A
Okay,
skydiving
yeah.
fan. One of those.
That is such a good idea.
Oh, come on, we can all
You
get
may
off
have
things
invented
like
a
that.
new business idea here.
In a climbing gym.
Yeah, you just climb a lead route and you fall. You don't hit the ground, you land on the fan. Just float back up to your holds. Easy
Since we
peasy.
are at Arkose, I feel this can come to one of your gyms very soon. And just let's take a minute to talk about Arkose and the gyms. It's a French, I was gonna say brand. It's a French brand of gyms. They're scattered all over France. And I gotta say, you know, I'm usually at Climbing Daily and at EpicTV. We go to the Arkose Genevois gym. And we should just push the name. And it has a big deep water soloing roof thing, lead wall, but you don't have to clip. So yeah, really cool, big, entertaining gyms all over France.
That is quite an exciting setup, and again, some of the people that are really pioneering in our sport, they are sponsoring a lot of the world's best athletes right now from France. There's the Schalke, Oriane Berton are just some of the names that have stood on top of podiums this year. They're the Arkose heroes, and then here they are putting on this competition, packing out their wall and the street outside in Paris with the biggest prize money I've seen in a long time. This is quite an exciting event.
Oh, what's going on? Are they cleaning the room? Oh, there's a brush.
Cleaning situation.
Yes, so the route setters are just headed up, dogging on some quick draws, which I feel it's a very underrated skill. You gotta be able to dog up.
It's a drill. He's got a drill
drill.
on the hole, potentially.
Oh, is he fixing a hole?
A loose hold. These are quite large macros. Wouldn't be surprised if they have an amount of flex if they're not pinned down at every point. Yes, now climbed through it and noticed the issue, but politely continued on his route rather than cause any trouble.
I really should get a plus then.
Give him a plus for kindness.
Well, no, but if the hold wiggles, you've been to gyms where, like, you know, if a hold wiggles, it makes the climb a lot harder. Slash, you can spin a hold around and fall on the ground.
That's true.
So if that hold wiggled, I feel we should give him a plus. Not that, you know, we can give him a plus. That's up to the judges. Anyway, the next climber out is German climber Sebastian Lenke, who's a showman. That's just
Quite the showman.
Quite the
Amazing
showman.
hair, as always. Had this hair for quite a long time.
I wanted to ask him about the upkeep of his hairdo, but I forgot. We just talked about climbing. And earlier he mentioned that his favorite style of climbing is onsight climbing and just climbing the more he can. So he was worried, not worried. Worried is the wrong word, but he was a bit worried about the semi-final route and that Redpoint format, just because he is a competition climber and has that mindset of like getting on a route, getting into the flow, and even right now, I mean, we can see it right away.
On the wall, in the flow. Flow state is really, so much of lead climbing can be written around this psychological phenomenon. When you're watching a climber and you're trying to predict how they're going to do, looking at how comfortable they are in those first moves can really make a big difference later on in the climb.
In the comments, I am seeing some great discussion. Apparently 9A for the men and 8C for the women. Not quite. Great move. It's more like 8C plus for the men maybe. But then again, that's... I love that it's always a discussion and then it kind of just like fizzles out into he topped or not.
That's why we do it, just to discuss.
Just to discuss the number and the letter.
We are good fight on those pinches from Sebastian Helenke. Here's this cross under. We saw C climber crossing the midline. Beautifully done from Sebastian. Keeping those two hands in opposing positions and walking the feet under, shifting that center of gravity all the way around.
I just love how like climbers all move so differently. Like there's no one way to do a route. There's no one way to do a boulder. Besides beta breaks, heights, and blah blah blah. Like, it's just so, honestly, it's so entertaining to see how like every body and mind moves differently.
That is exactly why we love the sport so much. It is so individual. The climb that's in front of you really can be for yourself. It can make it so special and so unique.
Eyeing up the next section.
Now this is the beginning of that section that now lost his fight on finally. He did not get a rest after this point. So let's see Sebastian as he sets off what he's going to make of these moves. You can see this is his final moment. Taking the time to eye up, he's ready to fight.
Final moment, take the rest.
Oh no, he rested again. Not quite the most comfortable rest.
I honestly thought they were going to use that pocket inside. Instead they're pressing on the top of it, even though it's a dual texture hole.
Lot of power in that right arm.
Things what to do with those feet.
Knee bar lock. Oh wow! Some great solutions here. These are moves now move through faster and faster. Sebastian is stopping on every hold. Really good display of finger strength and composure. Deciding that he's going to stop there and take his time rather than try to fight through to somewhere better.
Has 2 fingers in that pocket. Just bumps out. Places his heel hook. Goes to the next pinch.
Great shot there, very dramatic. Such a deep lock with that left heel pulling him into the wall.
Everything is coordinated. Spotlight, the shape of the hole, round and round.
Goodness, it looks great.
I think he gotta start fighting.
A little bit unhappy throwing up to that next
totally
hold.
sure. Just a foothold. Allez.
Keep an eye on the
Come
feet.
on, allez. So underclings aren't good. And there we lose Sebastian. What an amazing climb.
That was really impressive. Really showed the difference in climbing style there and showing his on-site skills. He approached the climb so much more slowly, really resting, taking time on every hole, being ready for something unknown to come up next. It was such a different style from Naumann Schwad that climbed just before.
He had a good climb. Well, I don't know if he had a run, but it looks like it. And there you can see the gym just packed. It's so packed.
It really is amazing. This is bank holiday weekend and half term in France, and still, this is the day everyone's away from the city and it's still packed out.
I think everybody heard about the DJ in the party afterwards as well.
Oh, now we're on. I was definitely listening. I have taken that information, I've written it down. I'm gonna check it later.
And here comes our hero, indeed, Menchi Schaub from France. You can just hear the crowd roaring.
Crowd is
18 years old, gold medalist at the World Cup, just a showman, another showman.
an
but
absolute showman.
in a different way, in a bouncy, new freestyle way.
It's so exciting. Certainly some of the most exciting moments of the World Cup I've been a part of is watching Mejdi Shok win and absolutely celebrate his success like no one else.
Allez, Mejdi. He did win the World Cup in bouldering, but he also climbed 9A outdoors, so lead climbing is an issue.
Not a bad tick under your belt at just 18 years old. You get to see these powerful pinches. Mejdi showing his style, bouncing between the holds. So different to how we watch some of the other climbers go here.
It's something I never quite noticed about him. He's quite flexible. In the semi-finals, it really showed.
Yeah, again, we always talk about this in the live streams. Seeing the modern climber, the modern competition climber use all these new skills in such interesting ways to solve route setting problems. We're seeing so much more coordination, flexibility, all these skills that weren't normally associated. Certainly flexibility was, but before it was about how hard you could pull. Now we're seeing different ways of getting up the wall.
Indeed, indeed. And Mejdi is wearing an Arkose shirt because he's one of the Arkose heroes. Cutting loose, come on, Mejdi.
Now that was close, didn't quite find the right swing with that left hand pinch. And you can see now he threw up into that knee bar, finding this bit of rest, because that was not an ideal move just before Mejdi Shok. Very tight knee bar, really good for resting, but the big question when you're in a knee bar like this is, can you get out of it safely?
But this is gonna give something back to his arms, definitely.
Trying to clip while he's up there. Now let's see, will there be consequences? Or did he just do something really smart?
He almost did like a double dyno on a knee group.
Putting the knee bar back in. Not quite clear how to go. Needs to essentially go all the way left.
Looking what to do. It's almost like he was eyeing up that hold on the right. I just imagine this big, gigantic dyno on the right.
It looks like he's going to have to reverse move down right in order to get into the correct position. If anything, he'll give us a bit of a show while he's up there.
The bad hang. Is that the name of that move?
Bad hangs when you're just on your feet. This is This is a good old knee bar rest.
Knee bar rest, back move.
Big powerful move. Sticks the left foot, and he has made it through that section. Definitely a bit more trouble than he would have wanted, but he was in a good knee bar rest for a lot of it. So a big question now is, did it shake him up, or is he comfortable, and has he got more in the tank? Bit of a fight here from Mejdi, but quite comfortable on that next crimp.
Fight now. Just, ooh, no way.
Amazing save.
That cost him a lot of energy though.
That was extremely impressive. What is he going to do to solve that problem? Is he going to try throw again? Is he going to try some kind of deeper rock over?
Is it a foothold problem? Like no. Oh, bumps up. Just tries to use that volume, yes. Oh, we lose Mejdi.
Such a good fight from Mejdi Shog, and what an amazing set of solutions he came up with there when he ran into trouble. Not the ideal turnout for his first time on this route. He did run into some issues, but some amazing solutions to get past them. Such a good job from Mejdi Shog.
Not too pumped, he's still undoing the knot. I feel that's a real test of pumpness. If somebody can't undo a knot.
Someone can't undo a knot, that is actually really one of those key observations. You were quite right there. They can't undo the knot, then yeah, it can't be that bad.
Somebody mentioned pizza. Next up, we've got Yannick Floe from Germany, 23 years old, and I think it's safe to say that he had his best, just his best summer ever. Like winning in Brixton, and then he made like what, pretty much every lead final as well.
It was so impressive.
And he's really growing into this like boulder and lead climber in the competition scene and outdoors as well. I mean, has climbed like 8C plus boulder.
Yannick Floe, one of those climbers that so powerful, knows how to train, knows how to be strong, but now this year has learned how to combine that with the competitive element and the problem solving element, and really unfurling. You mentioned that win in Brixton. We were actually trying to calculate for a while after. He won all 3 rounds, qualifications, semi-finals and finals, by quite a healthy way. And looking back, we couldn't think of anyone who had ever done that in the sport.
Yanya? No.
In the male side of the sport.
The athletes are all moving quite quickly through this bottom section, but that's kind of what the route setters had in mind, like to pump them out a little bit before the next section. Oh, he fumbled a little bit with the rope, trying to make a clip maybe a bit too early. Kicks out left. It's interesting to see this this section and how the climbers are positioning their bodies.
This is really cool to see. Now Yannick into this knee bar as well. This was a bit of a sign from Mejdi about the lack of comfort. The other climbers getting through this section passed through it quite healthily. Neil, now Monchois, pardon me, had that bit of uncontrolled snap, but then found a good rest and was so good after that. Sebastian Helenke absolutely perfectly read the beta. Just watch Mejdi shall struggle in this knee bar. Does it bode not so well for the next moves?
I'm always thinking like who reads the route together, because I guess Sebastian and Yannick kind of did read the route together, and that's why probably he's also milking on this rest.
It is that is always a conversation. We always love to speculate about how the athletes are reading the routes, and for sure in international competitions with this team dynamic, there's that incentive to work with your teammates. Now we've got private competition, but certainly we saw these athletes working together as a team during the semi-final rounds. So without a doubt that they're still communicating, sharing beta together.
Amazing controlled cut loose move. Yannick starts the journey outright.
The journey, where these holds appear to be relatively good. Mejdi Schauk taking an absolute fall on this left hand, but not letting go. So impressive there. But big move up. What's Yannick going to make of it?
No
Powers
issue.
through.
Well, bumps down.
And back
He's
down.
not happy about it. There's a tricky foot sequence, I guess, that if they don't really quite get right. Oh, thinks about it again. Okay, takes
Going
the rest.
to rest, recompose. You can clearly see that right hand he's going up to not so good. Did see the other athletes push through here. Mejdi doing the amazing rock up on the right heel. Yannick though goes again and just does it with more oomph this time.
Oomph. He's got some oomph. No, and just speaking about the holds, how untech, well, it's not untech, those are texture holds, but still, just because they look like big volumes, it doesn't mean that a whole volume is good. And it's quite difficult to read that they can actually use it, maybe with their left hand.
Yeah, it's not completely obvious, definitely possible there, but when Mejdi really wrapped his whole body around that volume, properly bear hugged it, it was quite impressive to see some new solutions. Yannick now not too sure what he's going to do next. Releases that heel. Now how's he going to power through? This is where Sebastian came off.
Get his feet up, no issues. Yes.
Now he's up.
And the crowd is going crazy.
Hyped crowd. Yannick taking some time, looking at the clock. Okay, he's got time. He can rest a bit. He knows he's been through a lot up to now. Does want to be conservational, have some energy, because there's still a lot of climbing to go.
Oh, and we lose him at a pop.
At a plop, that was it. The energy was gone. You could see him looking down. How long can I rest? I know I need to rest. Not too long. Going to fight on, but not enough left in the tank.
See, you can still untie the knot. With 36 plus points, he is leading the charts. And we only have other two athletes to go. So worst comes to worst for Yannick, he's in third place.
Not so bad. He'll be happy with the trip he made.
However, with 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, he almost ran out of time.
He did almost run out of time. You saw lots of traps in this route. You saw the knee bar and this coming across onto that large volume, throwing up to the pinch. Really, athletes are getting confused here. Not so obvious what is the easiest solution.
Next up, we got Romaric Geoffroy from France, and he's the current French lead champion. So the crowd is going crazy. We're expecting a show. He's just studying the route a little bit. And I guess it must be quite difficult now, because some time has passed from the observation, and he still needs to remember all the moves and the subtleties of the route, and where to clip and where to rest. Where to rest, it might be the key on this route.
Yeah, where to rest, and as we may have witnessed, where not to rest.
Where not to rest.
Don't do that, it's a bad idea.
Get out of there. Don't need bar always.
There we are, that nice run and jump. Nobody's had any issues with it, but it is that game the route setters love to play, to get inside the athlete's head when they set off.
To quote Matt on this, just to unsettle them a little bit.
Just to unsettle.
Just to
get the nerves up.
Cone holds. Remind me of carnival.
I'm thinking of ice cream.
I tried to get an ice cream today in town, and there was such a long line I gave up. In town, in the city of Paris.
That is a sad little look in Teresa's life today.
It's meant to be my lunch. No, it's like this Lebanese ice cream that's really famous. I was like, oh, obviously I'm gonna stand in line and wait, and then, well, I had to get here. So there's always tomorrow.
No ice cream for you, but lots of ice cream.
Cones. Lots of ice cream cones in the men's final.
Now he's past the cones, into the pinches. We get to see some great swings, but also a little display of the athlete's comfort. This is when Mejdi started to shake up on that very last swing on the pinch.
The DJ's turning it up. This is some good tunes.
Woo! Just about grabs it. Really good save there. That was close.
Fortunately, it's a good jog.
That was very, very close, and he will be happy now to be able to take a second. Took that kind of swing and it wasn't a good hold. He would not be in a very happy place now.
We've got Romaric Geoffroy on screen, and he's from France. And Danon is sitting next to me, for whoever is asking in the comments. It's Danon Markey, because I kept saying Mikey. Even though it's not a difficult surname, it's Markey.
Thank you
much. Thank you for joining me today.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. Good use of the toes through here. You'll have a little bit more focus on keeping the feet on after that big slip. That right hand not looking so comfortable.
Get out of there quickly.
And this is the position now where we lose our athletes. What's he going to go for? Power straight on through, avoiding the knee bar that seems to have caused some trouble. But will he have sacrificed energy there? It's a big question. We are going to find out shortly. It's a good toe cam though. Didn't hold it for too long, so it doesn't seem to be saving too much energy. Unless he goes to put it back in, there it is.
Put up. It's just that... Is that a different way to knee bar compared to the other climbers? Because I feel there's foot jamming, hooking up in there.
So it's a heel toe cam, which is
Heel-toe
thrown up.
cam.
The knee isn't against the wall, but it is a solution that no one else has found so far, and it's doing a really good job of making it work. The thing about these cams is that you have to really torque them, and to torque them you have to be leaning in a certain way, and if you're leaning in that way you might not be able to take the weight off the arms. He has in
Out
fact
of
made it
there.
work though.
A bit shaky on the feet. The crowd really getting behind him.
Yep, setting up. Is he going to go all the way across? Can he keep the feet? He does! Left foot sticks.
Yes. And the drop down move is coming.
You know this left hand is really good, but once you're down there, you're in a spot of trouble, as we've seen.
Has to get that clip. Tries to, I guess, do it a bit early just to get it over and done with. Ooh, safe.
Good fight for that clip, but dropping down right away onto his feet. And
Has
see,
to be left-handed.
so comfortable on that left hand, so strong.
He likes pockets.
And on the right, it looks like he's managed to recover a bit.
Oh, ooh, and we lose him.
And we're off. These holds clearly not as good as some of the other athletes made them out to be.
Now we got a good shot of that hold. I honestly thought it was like a pinchy type crimp. Instead, it's smooth, isn't it? You just, it's a nice and smooth hold.
Did you say spooned?
No, smooth.
Oh, smooth.
TH is my weakness. Plus, it's past my bedtime. It's almost midnight.
It's a spooned hold.
It is almost midnight.
Goodness me.
And, oh, we only have, well, one athlete to go, actually. But not yet. There we go. Romaric just saluting the crowd.
That is our French lead champion.
Oh, he's down on the floor. I think he did give it his all, didn't he?
Oh yeah, very good fight. You could see that confusion, struggling with the clip, and you know yourself when you're on a lead rope, you're squeezing pretty hard on a clip like that. It's so good to find some energy, recover a bit.
Right, up next, and the last climber of the evening, which is a bit bittersweet to say, Tensei Homa from Japan. Taisei, I added an invisible N.
Taisei come a long way for the competition tonight, but he is currently favored to win with the only top in our semi-finals. Very exciting to see. Will we even get a top tonight? Clearly a very difficult, very powerful route. One athlete earlier on, Lara Rogora, made it.
I'm joking.
One hold from the top. Will Taisei make it all the way tonight? Everyone wants to see.
Taisei, the only Japanese climber in the final, which feels weird, but he was also the only one here at the competition.
Yep, so...
And representing with a top, representing Outlast.
Team Japan has a 100% success rate so far. It's pretty good.
I mean, that's pretty much every World Cup anyway. Such a strong team. And he was kind of a surprise this year. We just, saw him in pretty much every semi-final and final. And then, recently, last weekend, he got 6th place in the combined in Japan.
Taisei Homa found an amazing flow this year. Really, almost you could say coming out of the woodwork for sure, having quite a respectable competition history in the past, but all of a sudden you saw him in almost every lead final this season. Was quite impressive, really turning it around, taking his climbing up into the next gear, and we've watched that continue tonight. The only top in our semi-finals on the male route. How's he going to manage? Choosing much more static method through here, not going for these big jumps the other climbers did. And they're cruising through, not falling into the knee bar problem.
I hope we'll see him on the head wall just fighting, because that's kind of his style, like he stays on no matter what.
Absolutely.
Trying to use that foothold in every possible way.
So far, really good use of heels and bad feet. Conserving that energy, no big swings. Looks to be in a good way, and you can see this is the hold Romarek struggled so much to make the clip from. Taise is looking very comfortable right now.
I hope at home you can all hear the tunes and the crowd clapping. They want to see a top, we want to see a top.
Such a smooth drop down, but now a big move, surprised a lot. What method is he going to go for? Very high left toe hook.
Oh, that's just cool.
Wow, is that going to carry him up, or is it just a rest?
No, there's only one way up. That's quoting a movie. I cannot come up with that stuff myself.
So good. I believe that is one of the cheetah volcanoes he's on, so his toe hooking on the no textured part of the hold, really high risk, but such a good display of skill to make it stick on that high stakes rest he's in right now.
Is that a name of the climbing holds?
Cheetah,
that's the brand. Volcano hold.
throws up, doesn't quite make it, reverses.
Oh no, the rope is in the way. No. Come on. I think now is when we'll see him bloom. He'll just stay on and fight. Oh wait, commentators first. Never mind, I won't predict anything anymore. He's resting on everything.
He's doing such a good job. So much finger strength, core strength in order to hold these positions. They're so hard to do, and you can find the rest when you've got that stability and that lock, but you need amazing strength.
He moved his feet so beautifully there.
The crowd is really getting hyped now. He's clearly the favorite.
Looks down at the clock, don't worry about it. Just keep climbing.
There we are. Taise wants some psych. He knows the head wall's coming up. He knows he's about to fight. I don't know if he knows that he's in a good way for first place. Only a couple more holds.
Really good position. And there we go.
Here we are, up onto the head wall. This is where
almost.
Yannick slipped off, going up for that next move. Taise is quite happy, resting a good amount. I'm really hopeful he's going to do this move.
Yes, crosses into it.
We're in.
And the flow starts. Come on, Taise.
And if he didn't know it already, the crowd let him know he did a good job there.
We're just waiting for the score to update, not to call the wrong winner. But there we go. Taise Homa with 39 points. He's the winner for tonight. So just like in the women's final, Last climber out, gets the gold, gets the prize money, and can happily go shopping in Paris. Did I hint that a bit too much?
What a great show tonight, and this is an exceptionally loud crowd. Really surprising to hear compared to all the events this season. They have really turned up and screamed the athletes off the wall, up the wall. Very, very cool to see. Some amazing routes, some clearly very difficult routes. This is World Cup winning climbers not getting all the way up the wall. Clearly top level of the sport. Such a cool show.
Such a cool show. Thank you, Arkose, for inviting us, hosting this amazing event. Thank you to the route setters who, come on, we can say it, realistically have the hardest job ever. And they did such a wonderful job with the semi-final route and the final route. And I think that's it for us. We'll leave the live stream on because the ceremony will start in a short while. But I think we need to get a glass of water. And guys at home, thank you all for watching. This was so much fun. Thank you, Danon, for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me.
Next time I'll get your surname right. Danon Markey here with me.
That's me.
And yes, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Bye, 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 bye. And subscribe to EpicTV while you're at it. And check out the links down below. There's a link to the Arkose gyms and to the EpicTV shop and all the EpicTV channels. Follow us. We'll bring more of this to you hopefully very soon. Bye, bye.
Le premier set de la soirée. Ensuite, on retrouve notre ami Mister My Sweet Fab pour continuer à faire la fête. Et on conclura bien sûr ce show, cette soirée. Alors, a priori, c'est 4 heures, heure d'hiver. Donc, du coup, je crois gagner 1 heure de soirée en plus ce soir à Arkose Pantin. Ça fait plaisir, on est content. Et franchement, on vous remercie encore une fois d'accueillir, d'organiser une compétition comme celle-ci. On connaît la popularité du bloc depuis cette émergence de toutes les salles, mais une compétition de difficulté avec ce niveau d'organisation dans une salle comme celle-ci, c'était vraiment un plaisir. Allez, on temporise un tout petit peu là pour valider définitivement ces résultats et passer au podium de cette compétition. On installe tout ça et encore une fois un immense merci à toute l'équipe d'Arkose pour l'organisation. Bravo les ouvreurs, bravo le staff. Merci Charlotte, merci tout le monde. Et encore un tout petit peu de patience. Non, tu peux nous remettre un peu de son quand même, on va pas s'arrêter là tout de suite. Est-ce que je peux avoir un ouvreur avec moi s'il vous plaît les gars au niveau du podium, voire deux, comme ça on sera encore plus efficace. Et si jamais vous prenez une échelle, c'est encore mieux. Avec des visseuses. On peut se remettre un peu de musique quand même pour patienter avant les podiums. Vous pouvez bien entendu profiter des 3 bars qui sont à votre disposition ce soir. Il y en a un à l'extérieur, un à l'intérieur, le classique, et un autre qui est tout au fond de la zone de restauration. Et il me faudrait s'il vous plaît un ouvreur avec une visseuse, parce que là Mimine il est tout seul, il va pas s'en sortir avec un tournevis les gars. Il faut qu'on réinstalle la pancarte s'il vous plaît avant de passer au podium de cette compétition. Je vous rappelle qu'on est toujours en direct sur EpicTV. Présents tout au long de la soirée. Les mecs ils sont allés partout dans la salle, ils sont montés sur les cordes, ils sont allés derrière la structure, ils ont fait des images d'exception. Du coup vous pouvez retrouver l'intégralité de cette compétition sur la chaîne YouTube EpicTV. Et les mecs ils sont capables d'ouvrir des voies jusqu'à 8C plus 9A. Mais alors par contre pour mettre une banderole c'est pas cadeau hein. Allez, on va commencer avec le premier podium de la soirée. Et c'est elle qui avait ouvert le bal. Et on va commencer une nouvelle fois par les filles. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour les acclamer, leur envoyer une ovation de folie avant de pouvoir continuer à faire la fête avec le bon son ce soir? Alors la première à monter sur le podium, troisième marche aujourd'hui, 18 ans, la Française Célia Bezou. On peut lui faire un tonnerre d'applaudissements à Célia Bezou. Franchement, bon combat, hein. C'était la première à s'élancer dans la boîte finale. Et c'est elle qui monte sur cette troisième marche du podium. Applaudissements s'il vous plaît pour la jeune massicoise Célia Bezou. C'est un kiff de ouf de devoir monter sur ce podium. Démangé. Deuxième marche du podium on the second stage. Please make some noise representing Slovenia for Mia Krampel. On peut encore une fois l'applaudir bien fort, s'il vous plaît, Mia Krampel, athlète olympique, qui termine deuxième de cette compétition. Et celle qui monte sur la première marche et qui remporte, representing Italia, please make some noise for Laura Longoria. Et franchement, Arkose, ils n'ont pas fait semblant. Encore une fois, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour le podium féminin. Yeah, in France, we are doing this kiss, we love this. C'était un spectacle incroyable. On peut applaudir bien fort aussi les autres grimpeurs et grimpeuses de cette finale, hein, avec Chloé Collier, Cheyun Cheo qui s'est fait un peu embarquer. Thanks a lot, girls. Everybody on the first one, yeah, first step for this climber. Et on va passer du coup au podium homme de ces finales. Avec sur la troisième marche du podium, bronze medal today for Germany. It's a pleasure to call Mr. Bastianenke for Germany. C'est un plaisir de l'avoir eu parmi nous ce soir, Bastianenke, on est trop content de l'avoir. Deuxième marche du podium, still for Germany, this time it's Mr. Yannick Floé on the second step of this podium. Un doublé allemand sur les deuxième et troisième marches de ce podium. Et le grand gagnant de cette compétition, representing Japan, please make a huge, huge noise for Mr. Taisei Oma, winner of the very first one, International Lead Competition by Arkose. Well done, man. Et franchement, on peut faire du bruit s'il vous plaît pour le podium homme de cette compétition. C'était incroyable d'avoir ces athlètes d'exception parmi nous aujourd'hui. Bravo les gars. Well done. It was an incredible fight in the finale. On peut encore une fois faire un tonnerre d'applaudissements à Arkose pour l'organisation de cette toute première compétition. International Lead Competition. Bravo les ouvreurs. Franchement, félicitations. Merci les assureurs. Merci Pierre, merci Will. Merci toutes les personnes. Merci les juges. Bien sûr, sans les juges, on ne pourrait pas faire de compétition. Et